Hey, good morning and welcome to Bassmaster Live. This is the Bassmaster Elite Series, 7th stop of the year, the TNT Bassmaster Elite, and the first time ever for the Bassmaster Elite Series to visit Smith Lake in Alabama. Our coverage sponsored by TH Marine, our live coverage coming to you for, well, all the way up to weigh-in time today. We can't wait to get it underway. That's a look at our leaderboard unofficially right now as it stands after an hour's fishing time with Cody Huff moving up from down in the 7th spot to start the day all the way to the top. Chris Johnston up there as well. Alex Redwine has moved up. Lots of changes, as there always are on day number 2 when you start early in the day before everyone gets their limit gets set. But Davey Height, this is different sort of weights, different looking weights. Every place we go is different. You just have to adjust the sliding scale. The challenge is still the same. The demands are still the same.
The challenge is still the same, and you have to adjust that scale very, very often here this week, no doubt about it. Hunter's Rock already this morning has dropped out of our top 10 and had a commanding lead of over a pound going into today. So we're going to see a lot of lead changes, a very, very tight tournament. I think everyone knew that coming in. This place is full of fish, so it's really fun to watch and to cover.
It really is. They're the 6 anglers we're going to be in the boat with all day long. Our top 6 at the end of the weigh-in yesterday, navigating this 21,000 acres, 500 miles of shoreline that make up Smith Lake in Alabama. So very different from the last Alabama lake we were at 2 weeks ago. Wheeler Lake on the Tennessee River, a completely different landscape here. So let's take you out on the lake right now. As we say, these anglers have been fishing for an hour, and we'll show you some footage from earlier this morning with Blue Ash, Ohio native Alex Redwine.
For some reason, he said, I'm loving the Alabama heat, Tommy. A top 10 last week at Wheeler, starting off in the top 10 here. Said he really hadn't caught any fish over 3 pounds all week long of practice. Had 2 at least over 3 yesterday. He said, when you're fishing for these nomadic fish, the right ones show up sometimes, so he's hoping the right ones show up again.
Bigger ones.
14 pounds and 8 ounces yesterday. That is a stellar day. We're setting the scale for you right now as we roll out this early start.
And quote of the day so far from Alex Redwine is, all you really need is 5 blobs on your screen.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, that makes it very simple.
Yeah, so I guess we're an hour into this thing. But just trying to sweet talk these fish. I got 4 little ones so far. Nothing that I want to weigh in so far, but I mean, I'm seeing decent fish. To give you like this area that I'm in just has like the most amount of bait, I feel like. It just has a really heavy population of bait compared to other parts of the lake. But right now, like, they're just kind of singles. Like you can see on the screen, you see this kind of bright glow here. I mean, it's about 25 feet down. That's kind of what I'm after. Like, it's a little bit too deep for me to, I'll try to cast at it. But it's just, they just move so much. So like, here's my bait falling down and you can see that blob way down there. But it's just like, by the time my bait gets all the way down there, like he's out of the picture. Now he's over there. He's already 20 feet away. But, there's another one, but I'm just gonna cast around. I feel like the quality's here just from what I seen yesterday. My roommate Jay's in here too, and we both had like we caught some decent fish. I didn't catch all of my fish here exactly yesterday, but I just felt like there's some decent fish here. So we're gonna putz around a little bit, just kind of getting a feel for what's going on, how these fish are reacting to my bait. Yeah, just having fun so far. At least it's not 95 degrees yet. A little chop on the water, but yeah. Spotted dogs, be nice to me.
Alex Redwine doing a good job of talking us through his main tool he's using to locate these fish anyway, and pointing out that it's not automatic that you catch them.
Yeah, and what he talked about there, those fish moving so much and being that far below the surface of the water, it takes some talent, and you see the guys that are really doing better. That a lot of these guys can see those fish on the screen, but putting a bait in front of those fish is a lot harder than it looks like.
Corey Johnston, 6th year with the Elites, notched his first victory earlier this year in St. John's River, and this is earlier today.
That's a nice one.
Corey starting the day in 2nd place with 14 pounds and 12 ounces.
Yeah, Corey with a good game plan. I talked to him last night. He fished for spotted bass, caught a good solid limit, and then went fishing for largemouth later on. Missed an opportunity to upgrade. Had a 4-pounder on and lost it, so it would have really put him up probably giving him the lead.
Hardest part's getting on these things. Got one going here. Hardest part about these things is they swim so fast and getting your bait to them.
He's got that one
On his
to
head,
chasing
60
it, but
feet out there.
the heavier it is, the less they like it. Won't eat it.
He's still interested. Davey's moved that fish now 30 feet closer to the boat.
God. Bunch of gar, few bass. It's there's not as many as yesterday, that's for sure. But that could all change pretty quick.
Conditions look very much like yesterday, cloudy to start. I don't know, maybe it's supposed to remain cloudy most of the day today.
I just want to compliment Neko. This is not easy. The electronics makes it easier. He just flinged a lightweight bait 60 feet out in front of the boat and dropped it right on a fish's head 30 feet down. That is the accuracy of some of these casts that you have to be at. That's a week or two of practice, at least, Davey. Every day, trying to get.
It's way more than a week or two. I can promise you that.
Every hour, every day, getting that accuracy down to drop it. Like Red Wine's saying, you drop it, and by the time it gets there, they're gone. Getting it on their head, that is.
Yeah. So what Corey was talking about there is they don't like the heavy baits. It's much easier to get a heavy bait to that fish when he's 25 feet deep. So that's what Corey threw because he felt like he could get it 60 feet out, 25 feet down quickly. You look, most of these anglers have their depth set at 30. Corey's got his 45. So it didn't look like it was that deep, but if you look over there, that fish was 25 foot deep. So a heavier bait, you make that cast, you get it down there to them, but then when you get it to them, you can't really keep it in front of them slow. You've got to move it fast to keep it at that depth range, and they don't want that bait moving that fast. So there's that dilemma. Do you try to get a light bait there and that fish swims away before you ever get it there, or you drop a heavy bait down there and they might not bite it?
Added to that, he mentioned before we came on the air, we were watching him this morning, he said, and they're a lot smarter today.
Yeah.
They're onto it already.
Yeah.
This is a pressured place. Yeah. Make no doubt about that.
The jig is up.
Fish are smart. Yeah, the jig is up, exactly. So to speak. At least not fishing a jig.
The jig head minnow's up.
Yeah. Let's move over to Brian New, having a great day. Day number 1, 4th place with 14.3. This was earlier.
Brian New starting yesterday, just like he is today there. You see him fishing shallow with a buzz bait. Put a few fish in the boat, but caught most of his weight, he said, later in the day scoping. But a good 4-pounder or a buzz bait or some kind of top water right around the shore certainly makes your day here at Smith Lake.
We got to see Jordan Lee yesterday really utilize a topwater bite all day long, and so it's no shock that somebody in our top 6 is going to be thriving with that probably every single day of this tournament, at least a factor of their game plan.
It's Lowrance bird's eye view. That's a live shot of Brian New right there moving around that dock.
You see that stretch that he's on, you have a little flat area that comes out. That's where those brim really like to be in front of those seawalls, that flatter area. If you look just to the left, you see back in that pocket is real sharp. A lot of the shorelines here on this lake are just bluffs and just straight down, and not as many brim live on those areas as they do like right here in front of Brian.
Caught first pocket I pull up into, I'm buzzing down through there, and I see some shoot out from the middle up to the bank, like 3 of them. I was like, there's a wolf pack, I done spooked them. Well, the biggest one stays sitting there. I said, ooh, I know what that means. The other one shot off. I threw my toad-toter buzz bait, slid it over there, and he instantly ate it, and I caught it, and it was cool. And then I threw it to the other side of the pocket, and I caught another one, and that was cool. And then I caught another one, and then another one, but no big shit. So we're looking for that another one right now. We're hoping he's going to be large and in charge. But this is fun, boy. I love fishing like this, how I grew up fishing. You know, I spent many a days on Lake Norman and Lake Wiley burning the bank. And it's a really good way to win, but it's also a really good way to get your teeth kicked in and not catch crap. But, you know, I do have stuff in my back pocket. You know, I can go out there, hand in my man card and scope. And I actually weighed in 3 doing that yesterday. I did this until 2 o'clock. And I caught 3 that I weighed in out there doing it. But if I can get bit doing this, I stand a lot better chance of catching a big one, you know. I can catch some decent ones out there, 2 to 2.5s. I may have weighed in a 213 out there. So 2 3/4, which is a really, really good one. But I don't think I stand a chance to catch, you know, a 4 or 5 pounder like I do up here doing this, fishing like a grown daggum man. And yeah, I don't know. We're just gonna go.
Brian New getting to do exactly what he loves doing. Something to be said for that.
It certainly is. Certainly is.
4th
Tommy,
year
I
as a
realize
Bassmaster Elite.
no matter what people think of you, that money deposits in the bank just as good.
Absolutely.
No matter how, you just got to figure out how you want to do it.
Spends either way.
Be a man or be a broke man. I mean, I guess. I
don't
know.
2 options.
I
there.
did talk to Brian last night, and he
hadn't really
sound
seen
very
me.
like what he sounds this morning. And I was like, you know, you got to do what you got to do, bud.
Yeah.
You got a wife and kids. He's fun to talk to, fun to be around, you know.
Let's get our first look at our day 1 leader, Hunter Shryock. Almost 60, just an ounce under 16 pounds, and that is strong for Smith
see.
Lake.
Yeah, very much
That's
like
the goal
what Brian
today.
is
Just
doing.
cover as much water as we possibly
fish
can with this
yesterday.
thing. That's the good thing about this bait is clear water fisheries. It is a dynamite bait for places that you don't think, little guy. I don't know. Yeah, a little spot. No, he's a keeper. Man, Hunter. Don't do it.
Ooh.
Don't do it.
Ooh.
Help me get this.
Oh, boy.
Hope it's just glove.
Not what you want.
Hope it's just glove.
Oh.
Oh, this is yeah. Okay, here, we'll do this.
Now, don't get one in your lip, Hunter.
Yeah. It's like a feather on the back now. You just,
Yeah, it's new trailer.
That's a keeper. We're gonna be all right, guys. I mean, we're making good TV. I'm trying to hook my face with a Choppo. Zona would love that. I know Zona's not with us this week. We got one! Oh, he's a 17-inch spot. I mean, all right, we'll get it started. So that's what I'm saying, though, is you can catch these a little bit better than average size spots out here.
One more look at that bite. A little bit obscured, but
dang
no
branch,
secret as to what's
Tom.
happening there.
Man.
That's fun stuff right there.
I'll say you combine cameraman Brandon with Hunter Shryock on a place that has blueback herring, we'll probably see some great Choppo action all day like we did at Murray last year. I would love to see him fish it the same way.
It's the only one I've got this color. and I had to go to the tackle store and buy more, but they don't have any. That one done messed up my treble hook. I'll just bend it back for now.
It cut into his finger a little bit there.
If I lose a 6-pounder, that'll be why. But yeah, that glass ghost morning dawn color, it's a good color.
Yeah, Ronnie, when I called him last night, he said it's
Thank you.
Lake Murray 101.
I thought it was like 6
the
inches.
Same thing he did at Murray. Throwing the chop up.
Next time, bring this side.
Come on,
Okay.
say,
Okay.
come on, man.
Yeah. We had a couple of them bite, but yes, I'll remember that. At least give you something action, because I got one bite, so we're going to go about 2 more hours without one.
Murray was his best finish of his elite career, second place there last year.
And fished well enough to win. Like
Oh,
it was
yeah.
one of those things. It was one of those things where he did his job to win that tournament, and someone just had one of those days to just sneak up and
final
beat
day.
you. Yeah.
It was fun to watch him. Yeah, in action there on Murray.
Yeah.
Working his boat docks and walkways to perfection. Speaking of boat docks, another one here in the background for Steve Kennedy.
I saw him run over and grab it. This one might. I don't know. It's gonna be close. This one might make it. Yeah, this is a different deal there.
Steve looking for his first keeper of the day.
Caught a quick limit yesterday morning and then said he went 6 hours without a
Kiss
keeper.
of death. Getting ahead of myself here. It's a whole different deal here. Yeah, that's a keeper there. That is a keeper. Come on, baby.
I don't even think that fish knew he was hooked. I've never seen a spotted bass just do a circle
I
on
think he'd
command
gotten
like that.
dizzy
Yeah.
by that point.
You can just tell. Come on, baby. It's amazing how they eat that thing. So I switched up to a heavier head so I can get down there a little deeper. Let's see what it weighs. Let's call him 110.
Like you said with Kennedy, long gaps with no fish. Hunter Schrock did that too before 11 o'clock yesterday, and then the rest came later in the day.
Let's get back out to Corey Johnston. We're currently sitting 3 fish, small ones.
Cody Huff keeps increasing his weight. He's up to 11.6.
See Corey's around a lot of bait.
Thought that was a half-sunk canoe, Davey. It's just
There you see, yep, there's bait down to the, right there at 60 feet. Oh, he missed him. Get one chance, like Corey mentioned earlier, they wise up.
He's down the road now.
Yep.
the fish is now 50 feet closer to the boat.
That's the challenge for these guys out there deep, for sure. Also having a good day yesterday and was expecting to. Our current Bassmaster Classic champion, Justin Hamner. Take a look at some footage from him earlier today.
Good start for Justin Hammer. Ooh,
Yeah.
great start.
3+ pound spotted bass. I think that alleviates coughs, headaches, back pain. 3 pound spotted bass alleviate a lot, Davey.
You know, he's been so positive about this tournament. He said since the schedule was announced, he's really excited. This place has got not just a lot of spotted bass, but he said there's a lot of 4 and 5 pounders, and he's been very upbeat about this whole tournament.
Says it's his favorite lake to fish in Alabama.
He has got a mob behind it.
Yeah, that's
right off that break. It looks like it's right off a drop.
Yep. Had a camera with him yesterday, and almost every time we were with him, it was lots of fish. It's not just singles like you see Corey Johnson trying to target. He's around a lot of fish. Corey's thought there, though, is the singles are the bigger fish, and that's the
fish.
You know, you've got to figure out a way on a place like this that's full of fish, how to catch a bigger
like every
class
day
of
they're set up
fish.
different.
Corey's on to something with targeting the single fish, but
eat it, eat it, eat it, eat it.
Did you see how fast that fish came up? Chasing it as he was yo-yoing that spoon.
Put on the brakes right when he got there, though.
Yeah, it did.
Whoa.
Yeah. Saw his own reflection in the spoon, so his fish thought it was another
All
spot.
those hooks on that thing.
Shrike, we saw him catch his one today, so that's going to be good for another couple of hours. That's the feedback I'm looking for.
I think I put my debit card away and just use credit, which I know everyone's different. If there's fraudulent stuff on a credit card, they can't keep it against you, you know what I'm saying? Because you didn't do it. They take money out of your account, then you got to fight to get your money back.
Well,
He mentioned that he bought that Chapo. He went to the tackle store.
Hey.
I guess he used a credit card, not a debit card. Here we go.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to keep. Oh, he's barely hooked.
Large mouth.
Be close, won't it?
Sorry, dude.
Hey, cameraman Brandon is like 15 years old or something, so for bank account knowledge, Hunter, is teaching him a little thing or two.
You got to be 15 inches. We'll let you know if that one kept for. Hunter Shryock, our leader to start the day. Now he's outside. Well, he's just now crawled inside.
I think
the
that
top
might
10.
be. That might reflect it 2 for 3 pounds or so.
Right there. But Cody Huff, Missouri, the man on top of our leaderboard right now. Jay Shakurik, a couple of strong anglers right there. Alex Redwine, have a good trip to Alabama here. There's no doubt about that. Kyle Patrick, all the way from New York, and Corey Johnson, who's already won. That's some of the top performers of the season, populating our top 10 here. We'll be following the top 6 to start this day and give you the updates on everyone else when we come back.
What I've learned from Smith Lake, whatever this lake gives you for the day, you got to take it. You can't fight it because the fish change in a heartbeat. They'll change and do something different. And once you figure it out, you can get right in a hurry.
A lot of these fish in the deep water, you're not catching them off bottom. You got to catch them suspended.
It seems like all the bait, it really seems like there's a thermocline around that 25 to 30 foot. They're kind of all around that and shallower.
There's a difference between the 2-pound fish and the 3-pound fish here, and the 3-pound fish are super smart, and they just know, they're very picky, and it takes a lot to get those bigger fish to bite.
TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite on Smith Lake is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Your VMC on point there with some of our leaders here, Smith Lake, talking about how hard it is, what you got to do. You got to shift with the conditions. That's true of every tournament out here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and this place is no exception. Steve Kennedy, great day one.
Especially, Tommy, you got to kind of listen to the lake until you get the weight to make the cut.
It was a struggle for most of the day, and then I had an hour where I had like 4 big bites. So, like I said earlier, yesterday I had a limit by 7:30 in here. So by now I had a limit already, and then I had all day to go throw this thing. Went 6 hours without catching one that helped me. And then, oh God, no! So yeah, I should be throwing this all day. No! Jumped all over it. Sometimes there's more than one.
I hate to see anyone lose a fish because I know it's heartbreaking, but it is so fun and funny to watch Steve Kennedy.
Comes unglued.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry. Just thinking about our entertainment there, Steve.
Coming down right on him. Come on, baby.
All right, take a look.
On the ball of bait. Oh, he's coming. He's coming. Oh, come on. He came. I think he's a keeper too. Yeah. It's a keeper. But yeah, it's all the ball of bait. That's all you gotta find. It's hard to get them when they don't have something else around. Look at that head shake, dude.
The one he has is a small one, 1 pound 10 ounces.
You mentioned he'd already had a limit yesterday this time.
Yeah.
Got off to a fast start. Cody Huff, he led yesterday morning too, didn't he? Didn't he?
Early, early, real quick.
Yeah. I just want to see what he is.
I think Cody's
like
the only one who has
3-pounder.
weight that would get him in the cut tomorrow.
Practiced
Jay
in-
Shakir, it's close right now, but yeah.
I mean, it feels heavy. Nope, it's the spotted bass. A good spot though. Look how he choked it, dude. Yeah, I'm not gonna try to flip that one. It felt bigger, but I'll take it. Look at that bait out of sight down there. That's a little chunk. A limit of those to go in my 4-pound largemouth we're gonna catch later, right? Let's call him 2.
2-pounder's good. Got to be 15 inches. Our species is black bass. It can be 15
And the
inches.
best part was, he had it out of sight so bad he didn't tear it up. Did not tear it up. What's that? Yes. There's the bait right there. So, can you see it? I mean, look at it real quick. That is a ball of bait right there. And usually, there's fish everywhere in here, but they're hard to catch when they're just swimming. But when they're around that bait, you throw this in there and just let it sink, and it looks like a dead one just floating down, and they come off the bait and come over there and just eat it. So, but yeah, that's what we're looking at. Hold on, I'm gonna do one more. Show you how deep we are. So yeah, we're pushing 80 feet deep right here. And the fish are sitting 25, 20 to, I've seen them go down as deep as 50. But anyway, they're getting far away, so they get a little harder to see. They're getting out of range here. But so yeah, I've been keeping it on like 50 because you don't want to mess with all that stuff down deep. But it's hard to tell what you're looking at. Let's go to 60. But see, so there's the bait again. And they're getting up in here shallower. The fish have pushed them back in the pocket. And they're moving fast because they're getting chased. So see that, there's fish under that group right there. Big time. They're little fish though. So they're getting split up by the fish right there. See if I can get in there on them. So my bait's dropping down in the middle of them. And here he comes. Yep. Oh, good.
Wow.
There he is.
That was cool.
Hey, it looks like maybe a bigger one got it after that smaller one missed it.
Does not feel like the last one. I don't know, he's got a good head shake. Got a good head shake. That is so cool. Why would anybody want to ban that? So cool. You just gotta have the right bait. Understanding what's going on. I've been getting my butt kicked with it, but I'm learning. Oh yeah, solid spot. This one doesn't have it down in there like the other one did. Jesus, come on in. Come on in the boat. Chunk.
Appreciate Steve Kennedy going through all that with us.
Yeah,
That's
really
great.
good job of trying to get us, checked out on it.
The way those bass were relating to the bait ball and then the competition, those fish were not interested at all until that one went to bite. Yep. That was very cool.
So yeah, follow the bait around. And throw it out there on top of their head and watch them come up and eat it.
All right, we're going to try to show you as best we can. We're not direct line into his sonar there, but we've got a camera shot.
So you look there at the top. That's the distance from the boat, between 40 and 60 feet from the boat. That's the ball of bait, and his bait is going down in it, and you see those fish coming up to his bait, and the one fish missed it, and then a bigger one, luckily for him, got the bait. So there was 3 fish there that you could clearly see. And that first fish being aggressive, and it probably was the smaller one. And that's what makes it difficult, how it makes it difficult to catch some of these bigger fish when they are in groups. And that's why Corey Johnson is trying to find the big ones by themselves. But when they're in groups, oftentimes a small one will bite and you'll catch it. And you hear these anglers say all the time, oh, there's a 3-pounder with it. There's a 3-pounder with it. But fortunately for him, the smaller one missed it, but it made that bigger fish more aggressive, and he caught it. So
you're saying...
Great way to talk all the way through that for Steve Kennedy, explaining the bait and taking the time. We really appreciate that. That's awesome.
So you're saying the strategy going forward is when one shoots up to get it, you jerk it before he gets it so that the rest...
And then the next one doesn't bite it, so you really feel like a dummy.
While that was happening, I'll show you something from a few minutes ago with Alex Redwine.
This might be a good one. Run like crazy. Whew. It's just me. It's just me. It's just me, Alex. It's okay.
Definitely a keeper.
Hey, buddy. Hey, spotted bass. I thought you were bigger, but it's okay. You're number 5. You're number 5. Got a limit. Day 2, Smith Lake, number 5. Ran into one that wanted to bite. Maybe it's the backwards hat. Maybe the backwards hat only catches small fish. Maybe we need to put it forward. but the sun's not out, so I ain't putting it forward yet.
Up to second place with 8-12, Wes Logan catches a 3.5 pounder. Ties Seth Fighter for our Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the morning so far.
Still Cody Huff on top by almost 2 pounds. That is a huge margin out here. That is big, but they'll tighten up during the course of the day amongst that top 10, you can be sure.
We only got a handful of guys with limits. Chris Aldane's in 5th now. He's over 10 pounds.
There you see a fish 40 feet away, 20 feet deep. Good one. Swimming fast. He's already swim 20 feet closer to the boat, just that quick. There you go.
We have one of the right ones here.
It's another thing about Steve Kennedy being around that bait is those fish aren't swimming as fast. When they find a ball of bait, they settle down and hang out around it. That fish was moving right there, Corey Johnson. Really good at this, though. He's very much like smallmouth fishing. The smallmouth, when they suspended like that over real deep water, will swim fast like that. True story, real quick. Last year on Lake Ontario, I was fishing with Corey. Smallmouth looked like a big one swimming towards a boat. He makes a cast. I'm standing right at the front of the boat with him. He makes a cast, and it's like 40 feet away, and he makes a cast at about 20 feet, and the fish is, we're drifting a little, and the fish is coming to us so fast that he led it by 20 feet, and when his bait got down, the fish was already closer to the boat. I turned and threw behind the boat, 20-foot boat, so I'm throwing 30 feet in front of the fish and catch it. It's swimming that fast.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, they will move. Smallmouth and these spotted bass here at Smith Lake.
Be one of the right ones.
But to your point, Ronnie, lots of practice. Lots of
time on the water.
Time on the water.
You mistake it if you dumb it down as.
Oh, they're skilled. Oh, jeez.
Stupid. It's a 2-pounder.
Good one there.
Yeah, that one would have made a bit of a difference for sure.
Biggest one we've seen him have on all day.
Yeah. Corey Johnson. Touch of what he's really, really good at right there on display for us this morning. Still got plenty more of this Day 2 Action 98 anglers out there. Got to be in the top 50 at day's end, and we'll be here all the way till the beginning of the weigh-in time. Cody Huff with a good lead. Well, right now, things are changing constantly. Everything is going up and down that leaderboard, and we've got some great anglers in our top 10 right now. Can't wait to get back and show you some more from Smith Lake in Alabama. 98 anglers getting close to finishing their second hour of fishing on day number 2. The TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite at Smith Lake here in Alabama, Cullman, Alabama, our fantastic host city. Had a big weigh-in yesterday, which sort of underscored the fact that the weights are going to be tight here. Show you our top 10 from that weigh-in, starting with Taku Ito, 13 pounds and 10 ounces. Jay Shakurat, he makes a lot of top 10s. There is no doubt about that. Man from Wisconsin can catch him anywhere. Hey, a lot of people picking Brandon Polnick this time around.
Beautiful spotted bass. Another pair of them. Cody Huff leading right now. Unofficial. There's a largemouth and a spot.
Same thing for Steve Kennedy, 5th place.
Kennedy. Brian New, man, had a great start to his season. It's been tough ever since. He needs his tournament. He's doing well. Man from Ohio. Red wine. Corey Johnston, and your leader is right there. Hunter Shryock caught 15 pounds and 15 ounces. A spectacular day.
See if I can't get get lucky on one of these docks. It's hard to pass them up when you're around them because you don't know if you're going to be back to them again. So kind of just use my active target. It's usually predominantly spots, a little bit of brush around them. And I've fished a lot of docks this week because that's what I like doing. It's just not as many bites as what I had hoped doing it. And it just seemed like they were very, very special scenarios that made the dock right. And you'd think this time of the year, with it being, 100 degrees out and sunny all the time, that they'd want to be in that shade more, but they just didn't relate to them as much as what I thought they would.
With 2 small ones, got them from 1st down to 15th early today.
Yesterday, Hunter only had 2 fish up until 10:30 and then started doing a little bit of this. But the 2 he had yesterday morning were bigger, much bigger than the 2 he has this morning.
We were talking about it
real late.
We were talking about it with Hunter Schrock yesterday.
We got 2 in the box. I'm happy about that. Just keeps the confidence in doing this. You just got to keep doing it. That's the thing. You just never know when or where it's going to happen. And today,
him and Rick Clunn were basically like the same yesterday. As we were talking about at the same time of day, they both had 3+ pounders, but not many to go with it, not anything to go with it. Hunter has a couple hour flurry there, able to catch a few, get his limit. One of those 3+ pounders turned into a 4.7. He ends up leading the tournament.
Yeah, and just what Brian New's doing.
Peter Boats, big fish alert. Jay Shakurit, 3 pound, 10 ounce.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
From 9th, he's up to second biggest bag of the day, 11.5 right now behind Cody Huff's 12.
Maybe in sight of Alex Redwine. Yeah. Alex might have seen that one go down.
Let's get back out to Brian New.
But yeah, that's what Hunter's doing and what Brian New's doing. The tournament could be won doing this, but you could also be a hero one day and then totally fall out of the cut the next day.
Got snapped at right there.
He was that big.
Definitely.
I know he wasn't that big, but I don't think he was a keeper.
4 little tiny ones in the boat for Brian.
Saw Jordan Lee throwing top water a lot yesterday, but he was throwing a prop bait. Can't cover near as much water as you can throwing a buzz bait like what Brian's doing, or throwing that Chapo like Hunter. And you have to cover water doing this. It's a matter of just making enough cast to put it in front of the right wolf pack.
Yeah.
5 times during the day. If you can get them to bite, the faster moving baits, and Hunter and Brian did yesterday.
And you also see, though, like you were talking about, a lot steeper banks for these guys, covering water with a Chapo, with a buzz bait, because the strike zone, the bank that these bram or bluegill have, much narrower. We saw so many flat banks with Jordan. He probably thought more high percentage bluegill areas. You're able to be a little slower, knowing that you're going to be in the strike zone most of your casts, in that area for Jordan. So you're
not sure if that's going to do anything different, or hopefully it'll kind of trigger them a little bit better to bite. But me and Jay are around here. This is where we were at for a good bit of yesterday, and yeah, just kind of tossing things around, seeing how these fish react. We got a limit, so that's pretty good, I guess. Just trying to get these things to trigger, because spotted bass are super elusive. These are like pelagic fish. They just roam around. Just trying to hit one on the head, honestly. Trying to get one's attention. Dropping on one now. Let's see if he'll notice it. He notices it. Let's see if he'll eat it now. He did eat it. Please be a good one. Hopefully it's a decent one. live camera action. A little hooked up. Might do a little bit of calling with this. Let's see what it weighs. I think I got like a 160 in there, but this might be maybe closer to 2. We're still after, like, the goal today is to have like all of our fish that are like 2.60s to 280s, you know, like that, kind of that 12 pound mark. This one's just a 2-pounder, but it gains me like a quarter of a pound, I guess. But yeah, I mean, this is what's out here. The little butter balls, little spotted bass. I'll do a little call in here.
Small but meaningful upgrade right there.
Oh, every upgrade is meaningful this week, isn't it?
That's right. If it's an upgrade, it's meaningful.
And let's remember, a 160, and if that's a 2-pounder, that's not a quarter-pound upgrade.
No, that's more than
almost
a pound.
That's almost a half-pound upgrade,
Which is huge.
Which is huge. That is just a 2-pounder. You wouldn't mind at your worst day. He wants 260s. He wants 2.5-pounders at least. If your lowest is a 2, you're still doing all right. You're at least at 10 pounds.
Yep.
A little bit spread out in our top 10 here. It's a whopping 3-pound difference between first and 10th. You can go to other places on that leaderboard where a quarter of a pound will move you about 15 spots.
Yeah. How many ties yesterday, Suits? About
a bunch.
40 or so?
I underestimated.
30?
54 anglers were tideways, 21 different places.
21 different
And at
places.
the cut, 11.6, there's 4 guys above it, and 1 ounce back, there's 3 guys tied at 11.5.
Look at Corey's
Boy, it's getting
electronics there.
the
There's a
once
fish.
over, isn't it?
Yep, fish at 40 feet following his bait. It's all over it. Won't quite commit. He's backing off a little now.
One of those big smart ones, I guess.
Oh,
He's still in the neighborhood.
he dropped it down and got his attention again. 113 feet deep.
Ugh.
Keep your eye on Corey and how fast he's moving with his trolling motor, just looking back and forth. Koya does the same thing, snakes back and forth.
That was a big one.
Looking for those single fish, just roaming. He's probably moving
Seen
2
some
miles an
fish,
hour.
They're just
Which
they're
on the
few and
trolling
far
motor is
between, and
quick.
they're very smart today. I missed one real big one. They're just nipping at it, and a lot of them, they come up, show some interest, and follow it, and won't commit to it. So you have to throw it in front of enough of them, I guess. Cover some water, and hopefully we can get 5 of these big ones to bite. Here's one.
Take it back to Alex Redwine. Good one in the boat there. Got a limit just under 10.
If they were still showing me or whatever. All right, yeah, Calvin on live action. Yee! Let's see if we can run into another one. It's all about just getting them to commit. Like, I'm trying everything in my inner finesse to get these things to open their mouth and grab my lure. But I don't know, I'm kind of having fun so far this week. This place kind of reminds me, like, it almost reminds me of smallmouth bass to some extent. Like, kind of roaming. I mean, smallmouth bass, sometimes they'll get in a certain mood where they'll just want a certain bait or certain presentation, whether it's a drop shot, you're fishing around rocks for smallmouth or anything. But I don't know. So far, like, this season has gone a lot better. I hope I see 2 more on the screen. They're high risers. 70 feet in closing. Let's see if they're interested. Where's my bait? Oh, bait, eat my bait. I'm hooked up again. It feels better. Please be a good one. Come on, good one. They were high risers. Oh, that's a better one. All right. Get in the boat. We're still rolling on live. I mean, this thing locked it up. And when I'm talking about locked it up, oh yeah, that's the one right after. When it locked it up, I'm talking about it locked it up like wet grass on, oh, it locked my bait up like wet grass on a lawnmower. All right. Like these are like, I'll see what it weighs, but when I feel like I've kept saying like above average fish. And this one should be like a slightly above average fish. I'm gonna reset that scale. Should be a little more than that. Let's see where it goes. Let's see where it goes. Maybe it's
Alex Redwine all of a sudden getting around the right ones.
Yes, he is.
Good job right there from the man from Ohio. Not necessarily a Great Lakes guy, or more of an Ohio River guy, but he's got some smallmouth experience and he compares it to this place.
New lead there.
Jay Secure it.
Jay Secure it on top.
You got about 3 guys who have enough weight to fish tomorrow already if the cut line stayed what it was yesterday. So everyone else still getting to their thing. 3 are probably okay.
Always talking about 22 pounds is the projected making the cut line for tomorrow. Top 50, that's who progresses from today to semifinal Saturday. And the race is on here on day number 2. Here we go. Getting deeper and deeper into day number 2 here. TNT Fireworks Bassmaster event at Smith Lake. First time ever the elites have been here. A live coverage brought to you by TH Marine. Seen some great shots of this very picturesque place up in the southern part, one of the southernmost parts of the Appalachian Mountains. Show you some more about this lake right now. Davey, I think you're gonna unlock something for us right now.
Well, I've fished it a few times. I'll try to unlock. Humminbird unlocked the lake. Smith Lake, Lewis Smith Lake, and you see the takeoff down on the lower end. A lot of the fishermen, in practice especially, said, I think 80, 90% of the fishermen will be on the lower end. It really hasn't worked out that way. They've really spread out. It's a little over 21,000 acres, which is a small lake, relatively small. But here's the deal, over 500 miles of shoreline, about 500 miles of shoreline, which has really spread people out. You can throw a hunter's rock through his Chapo for only about 20 miles yesterday, so he's got a lot more area to cover. And you see all the feeder creeks, it's really too many to name. This lake is very unique in that it has so many, 3 big arms leading into it, but so many major feeding creeks. You see all the different ones. Bluff Walls, very mountainous area of Alabama right here. So a lot of deep banks, a lot of deep water. We saw some of these anglers fishing in 80 to 100, 113, 14 feet of water. And my favorite creek, Hog House Creek right there on the left. Just a little above Coon Creek, Little Bear Branch. Dismal Creek, that's where you hang out. No, I didn't say that, Ronnie.
Stay away from Dismal Creek.
That's where the rain cloud hovers.
Sounds dismal.
Right.
But Corey Johnson is on the lower end. I think Corey, Jay Secure It, and Alex Redwine are all kind of on that lower portion where we do have a number of fishermen, but they've really spread out more than I thought they were. Good look here at Corey's bait going down about 50 feet away from the boat. And
oh yeah.
Yep, he hooked up.
One right in the nose.
So that was similar to where we saw Steve Kennedy. Oh, he missed it. Another one got it.
Ooh.
Might be the bigger one. It was a ball of bait with a few fish around it. He hooked up and lost that fish, and the other fish following it, one hooked up.
Hopefully this is a big one.
Corey interrupted my humminbird unlock the lake with catching a bass. I mean, what's up with that?
The nerve of that guy.
Solid one.
Hate to say it, but the one he lost a few minutes ago was bigger than that one, but that's a solid fish there for Corey. He's in his wheelhouse, guys. I mean, this is so similar to what he does for smallmouth when those smallmouth get out deeper and suspend. I mean, him and Chris love to sight fish shallow for smallmouth, but they do this a little later out in the summer. He's really, really good, obviously, at doing this for smallmouth.
Out to Steve Kennedy, started the day in 5th place. Fallen out of our top 10 for a while, back in the 10th spot right now.
Oh, bailed on it. Oh wow, look at that school. See the one came up? Oh God! Oh, I got it! So yeah, the tree's 40 feet deep. And if they come up out of the bottom like that, they're usually keepers. Is that a largie? Oh. Out of sight. He's been caught before. Did you see him streak? I missed him the first time. Pretty sure that's a keeper. Yep. He's gonna be light, like 1.6. Gonna be really light. Yep, 1.6. So we're gonna put
Fish number 4 for Steve Kennedy.
Yeah, and back up into the top 10.
Look how fast Corey Johnson is moving.
He is like traveling.
There's a fish. So that adds to, that fish is actually swimming. There he is, hooked up. You meet one swimming towards you at 2 miles an hour and you're going towards him at 2 miles an hour.
I hated that math equation test, David.
Yeah, that's right. And do I have a 1/2 ounce jig head in my hand or a 5/16 or a quarter?
How fast will it fall if the
Yep.
fish is moving this fast toward me?
Stay on there.
Corey using a 6-inch juggle minnow.
It's hard to tell.
Quite a bit. He's used some other soft plastic minnow type baits. The weight on this, get this suit, we got to calculate 6.2 grams, the weight of the head on his Gamakatsu jig head. Minnow hook. 6.2 grams, we got to calculate that.
Can't get too heavy.
That's right. Might have to drop down to a 5.2 gram.
The spotted bass approaching 90 feet away at 15 knots.
Yep.
How far do I
grams.
right there, man?
6.2 grams, and my grams to ounces conversion calculator says 0.21 ounces, so less than a 1/4 ounce.
Less than a 1/4 ounce, that's great.
About a 1/5 ounce.
So that helps us calculate how fast the fall will be. Now, is a juggle minnow, does it have salt? And if so, how much?
Yeah.
We need to know the weight of it.
And
So increase the weight of it.
if you're dropping through 95-degree water temp, does it drop faster or slower than 72-degree water?
And stained, or, hey, whatever the case, that 2.5 pounder gives him 10 pounds, he's in 3rd place.
Whatever the case, he's got it figured out, even though we can't, because he's hooked up again.
Blasting them out here.
This one's as big. Take them though. I'm not gonna flip them like last time. Fatty.
Fish 1.8, that'll definitely help. Feel like a solid 2-pounder, a little over.
Absolutely. Boy, he just knocked out the twos right there. Put himself solidly in third place. Jay Shakira no longer in the lead. It's Cody Huff back on top now.
We just got to hit the target.
Brian New.
Like he's mixed it up. I don't think he's throwing his
Right there's one.
buzz bait.
He got it. He got it. I got him. A largemouth. Yeah, he's a keeper. I got one! Yeah! I guess might as well put him on the big side. He gotta be 15.
There's not a tattoo on his leg. That's his weigh-in time, 2 o'clock.
How do you know it's not a tattoo?
Well, if you do that as an angler and you're in the last flight the next day, you come in 2 hours too early.
We all make a mistake. That probably is his biggest fish. He's got 4 for about 4 pounds and a little bit of change there, so that does go on the big side. Largemouth
Yes.
showing up for Brian New.
Just caught another one. Right before this was just a single. This ain't gonna help. Right before this, I just saw like a nice wolf pack, and I did not execute. They were set up. I'm not sure if they showed it, but there was probably 20 of them, and I just didn't execute. They just didn't. Oh, there's another wolf pack. If you can see that, might be the same one. I don't know. I'm gonna try to drop right on their head, and as soon as they pique interest, like they're starting to look at it, but no, maybe I didn't hit them on the head. We'll give another cast. But it's like as soon as you see them pique interest in your bait, you got to start ripping it. See my bait's falling. Let's see if they pique interest. I'm gonna rip it away, rip it away, rip it away. But oh, he slaps it. Oh, he slapped it again. Oh, he slapped it 3 times. A 3-slapper, a 3-slapper. But it's now they're all under the trolling motor, but they won't bite under the trolling motor. It's just kind of the way that they are. They just kind of get smart or whatever. But dang, that's what we want to see though. I mean, as the day's gone on, I feel like I've been seeing them tighter like that, a lot more of them, a little bit more. But I mean, it's just about catching the better than average ones. It's just about getting those decent ones to commit to your bait. I mean, or it's like those might have been decent ones. I don't know, but yeah, that's a better sign though, how they're tight like that.
I told you, Davey, that right before they bite it, yank it up, and then the bigger ones might do it, and then slap it 3 times, and you don't catch any of them.
That's right.
Let's make a move back to Steve Kennedy. Steve, getting a fair amount of bites on this day. Kind of ducking in and out of the top 10 on us throughout the course of the morning.
I didn't even know I had a bite. I saw him running up. I'm like, and there was no bait left. You know what I mean? There were 2, and then they closed on each other. And then he took off running straight up. I don't know if he's gonna make it.
That's gonna be close. So.
At least he got it down in the gut. So
Don't know that's a 15-incher there.
lose my bait.
Hopefully so.
Yeah, pretty close.
Please don't tear up my bait.
He must be short on baits. He's talked several times about tearing up his
If
bait.
it's the bait that we all talk about, know about, yeah, they're out of stock like everywhere all the time, it seems.
You see what I'm talking about? They just choke it.
Which is why he also showed to the camera real quick moving it. I haven't seen someone show a jig head minnow to the camera ever. They're hiding what's on there. He's showing it because you can't get them.
That's right.
Louis Johnston, saw him catch a good string of 2-pounders right there really quickly. He's up there in third place, but Cody Huff back on top. There's a guy you may not want to mess with. He is having a year.
Is this the Bassmaster Classic? We have Hamner on camera with Cody and Shakira up there?
Oh, man. Second at the Classic. Second at Murray, I think, also this year. So he's a big shot out here. We'll be right back. Moving right on through our morning, day number 2 of the TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite. Smith Lake, first time the Elites have ever been here. Been a lot of Bassmaster tournaments here through the years, but just the 20 years of the Elite Series have not included Smith Lake for some reason. It's an interesting place. Our TH Marine Weather Watch, not as hot as was feared would be for this time of week. We still got a few days left in this tournament, but only 91 degrees is the prediction today. Low 74 tonight, so relatively comfortable for this time of year. 7 miles an hour of wind. I think most of our anglers would appreciate that. We haven't seen much evidence of that the places we've watched out here so far today. But it could come up later. A little cloudy to start the morning. We see a few patches of sun though peeking through.
It's interesting the clouds, the rain yesterday and then the clouds today. A lot of these anglers are saying, I think they bite better and they group up better with the sun out.
Yeah,
another,
that's right.
Something that's very similar with these spotted bass, smallmouth bass. You think you go up north and get a cloudy day, boy, they're going to bite today, and they actually don't bite as well with the cloud cover.
Yeah. Yep. Got a couple of new guys in our top 10. Bob Downey, Taco Ito back in the top 10. Matt Airy, Cole Sands, Luke Palmer.
Matt Airy was top of the leaderboard for a short time yesterday.
Wow.
Corey Johnston, though, man, he is steady.
Saw him drop his bait right down in that ball of live bait and hooked up immediately. Take a look at that again. It's good stuff here. Corey Johnston's graph. 115 feet deep. You see his bait coming down right at 45 feet, right into this ball of bait. When you see a ball of bait, and certainly throw your bait in there. Oftentimes there's fish, and you see out of the bait comes his artificial bait with a spotted bass. Got his bait in his mouth, so that's really good. You see the bait splits up there, that they spook. But oftentimes those bass will just swim along with that bait, not really hungry. And when something triggers and kind of scatters that bait, that fish will get aggressive and bite your bait, even though he has 1,000 other options there that he should have taken.
Yeah.
So you're saying you like to sit closest to the buffet, and when they bring out the new food and there's a little bit of whiff of scent, I'm going to be right there first, and they're hanging around.
I hang around until they bring out the crab legs.
Right, walking behind the food truck.
Not eating those potatoes, wait for the crab legs. But I mean, if they bring out some sauteed mushrooms that are just right, I might snack on those a little bit.
I don't know if I agree with you there. Yeast rolls, though. I'll fill me up on some yeast rolls.
They make some pretty good ones at a place called Samantha's right here in Little Rock.
Sauteed mushrooms or yeast rolls?
Both.
Okay.
I'll take the mushrooms. Wow. I'm all in. All in.
Time for brunch. You just joined us. We got Cody Huff on top with about a pound lead, ahead of Jay Shakira, who was spent a little tiny bit of time on top today. Corey Johnston, upper left there, solid third place. Steve Kennedy and Brian New both started the day inside the top 10. They're both a little bit on the outside looking in right now, but
it's often so interesting the case of the different styles of I can go get 50 to 60 bites a day, and I'm probably going to be between 11 and 13 pounds for sure. Versus the style that maybe Kennedy and New and Shryock have been fishing on and off throughout the day, Jordan Lee, you may get 6 bites, but the fact that it could be 6 pounds or 16 pounds is just such a fine line. And you want that safety and security, but man, it is so tantalizing knowing with one blow up or one hook set, it's the fish that can change your whole tournament.
And we saw the tournament leader yesterday, Hunter Shryock. He's playing with fire, and he knows it. But it's hard not to when you go offshore. Most people are not like what we've seen, Alex Redwine and Corey Johnson. They don't catch those 3-pound spots. When you go offshore, a lot of the other anglers go out there and they catch 1.5 pound spots. It's not going to do you any good. So you're tempted to go to the bank. It might take me half the day, but I got a chance to catch a 4-pound largemouth.
Corey Johnson made all his cuts this year except for Wheeler last week. A little bit of a stumble there.
One of his 2 worst finishes in the Elite Series ever. He's only missed the check twice in his Elite Series career.
That's amazing.
And one of them was last week, right when he was in a primed position for Angler of the Year. I'm not saying Corey's cursed, but we've seen a day ruin an elite victory for him. We've seen mechanical,
we said
technical.
that day cost him AOY.
Yeah, just all those things. And so this is, you were primed. He's just came off a win, rising in the standings. You're about to head north for 2 of them.
Him only missing, that was his second missed elite check. That is absolutely phenomenal.
And most of those
really is.
And most of those are cuts, but when he doesn't make a top 50 cut, he'll be in that 51st to 65th place and get a small check, but still getting paid and minimizing the, I'm going to miss the cut this week, but I'm not going to bomb. I'm going to keep it within
when did they come
in the lines.
Him and Chris on the elite 17?
19.
19?
19.
Okay.
So 6th season.
6th.
And the other event that he got just as bad of a finish was Okeechobee to kick off last year. That was his worst finish. So you have Okeechobee and Wheeler.
Talking to him yesterday afternoon, and what he did yesterday, I know how good he is at this, what we've seen him doing today. And he also is aware that, hey, I can go to the bank and maybe catch a 4-pound largemouth, which he did yesterday, hooked up and lost one on a frog. And I meant this, and I still think, he's gonna be in the hunt. But I said, wouldn't it be a little scary to get your second victory before the Northern Swing? That would be pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Pretty scary for the other guys.
And what's crazy is he would need a victory this week and maybe a victory up north to be able to win AOY because of that one slip. Like you're saying, he could win 3 elites this year and not win AOY because of that one slip and how good the others are doing.
Would he go from 2nd to 7th on that Wheeler?
No, he went from 5th to 12th.
Oh, but that's right. He's crawled back this week.
He's crawled back up, but Jordan went from 2nd to 6th, and he went from 5th to 12th, and now he's trying to get back in the top 10 this week. Yeah. And after day 1, obviously, safely was.
Look at Brian New there. There was one following his bait.
He was.
I think that's what it was.
Getting interested, yeah.
Yeah, he's marking a waypoint there. There's one in that little blowdown, it looked like.
Alex Redwine is doing good on points this year, low 20s, 21st, I think he stands right now, and next event is where he had his best finish so far as an elite, Champlain last year.
I mentioned earlier that this, what Corey's doing and Alex, is exactly what we saw at Champlain last year.
Yeah.
Open, deep water, hand on their hip, rod in their hand, looking until they find a big one. And it's, whether it's fun or not, it's very effective.
Yep.
And at the end of the day, it shakes out to, I went 4 hours without a bite, whether it's 200 buzzbait casts, or it's I never saw fish, or everyone I pitched to didn't bite.
Yeah.
Like it nets out the same thing. 4 hours of unproductive, didn't catch a fish, time of day.
For me, it's usually a lot more than 4 hours unprotected part of the day. And if you think about it, so everybody's really happy because some of the guys are catching 30, 40 fish a day here. Does that even take 1 hour? Maybe. So this is a lake full of fish, and guys are catching more fish than in most tournaments, and they've got 7 hours of not catching anything, even in a tournament where there's lots and lots of fish. So it's always a lot of dead time.
Making a move back to Justin Hamner. Justin started the day in 6th place. Oh, yeah. Not bad.
Yeah. What's that music? It's the first time we've heard that music today. We got to go with Justin Hamner. Look at the start he had. Reigning world champion, classic champ. Justin Hamner said, I'm excited about going to Lewis Smith Lake. Full of fish, full of big spotted bass. And he started the first bite this morning. He catches his beautiful Alabama spotted bass. Justin Hamner, Power Pole replay of the day.
That's his only fish, though, today, and he's fallen to 33rd place from 6th to 33rd. He's even given away 2nd place in AOY to Cody Huff, if you're looking at the Bass Track AOY tab.
Real-time, yeah, real-time tracking.
But McKinney, we don't have any fish on him. I tried to contact his marshal. He's fallen to 62nd, and it's getting a little tighter up here. Cody Huff is only 26 back right now. Hamner's with just one fish, he's fallen down. He's only 31 back right now.
Well, all those guys involved in this Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race. So let's take this moment to check out the standings as it exists right now. The real-time Angler of the Year tracking is going on as we get closer and closer to the end of the year, the more urgent it gets. For Justin Hamner, Cody Huff, John Garrett hanging in there as well, and Jay Shakura, who was just on top of our leaderboard here at Smith Lake a few moments ago. But there's your man on top still. Has been for the lion's share of this season, Trey McKinney.
He has fallen off the wagon these last 2 weeks, Davey. I mean, lowering his average finish from 4 to 10, basically. But really, we saw him at Wheeler make that improvement every day. We'll see if he does it this week, starting in 30th.
Yeah, what a great start to a very. I get the youngest winner. It didn't take him long to take that away from Jason Couric there at Lake Fork, 130 pounds, 15 ounces. Had just turned 19 years old. It's going to be a record that's going to be hard to beat.
Oh, boy. 130 pounds. Fourth heaviest 4-day limit in the history of the Bassmasters there at Lake Fork.
Look at the Harris chain. Using a jerk bait again, a lot there, but mix it up, some glide baits and some variety of baits. Fish a lot of brush piles there at the Harris chain. St. Johns River made a long run to fish in the river for these post-spawn big old St. Johns River bass, and then Lake Murray, an impressive performance there. Very different type fishing there than anything we'd seen so far in the year. Blueback herring. Another good finish for Cody McKinney there.
This was where we really saw what he was made of.
Yeah.
Every single tournament, he started out in the top 10. Normally after day one, we see him on camera day two. This was the one where we had him on day one. He's in the 40s. Day two, he moves up to the 30s and ends up salvaging what was maybe a middling finish with 22nd place.
No secret, he uses live sonar a lot. To me, that tournament there at Wheeler Lake, where we didn't see it used as much as any other tournament we've had in a long time, for him, yeah, not good for him, a 22nd, but for me, that might have been the most important tournament finish of the year for Cody McKinney's Progressive Angler of the Year.
When so many of his closest guys bombed.
Let's have a little Northland Daily Trivia. Good time to put some of it in right here. Which Angler of the Year champion held the AOY top position for most events in a season?
Got the big check. You get $1,000 for leading after
All
every
right.
event. Who had the
Was
most
it
of
Scott
those?
Canterbury in 2019, Clark Winland in 2020? Was it Seth Feider in 2021 or Brandon Polinick in 2022? We'll answer it when we come back. TNT Fireworks, Bassmaster Elite, Smith Lake in Alabama. Our Northland Daily Trivia question when we left you was, which Angler of the Year champion held the AOY top position for most events in a season? Pick from among these: Scott Canterbury, excuse me, in 2019, Clark Winland 2020, Seth Feider 2021, or Brandon Polinick in 2022. Ronnie, you go first on this one.
I'm torn between B and C. I think Clark, because we were in the COVID season, we went smallmouth swing much earlier, and I think he got to the top quicker. I'll just say B, Clark Winland.
All right.
I'll go D, Brandon Polinick.
I'm going to go with A, Scott Canterbury.
I stumped you all.
Oh, you
Wow.
did, Seth Feider.
Stumped the band.
Well, it was a great year for
Remember,
him.
Fighter
No doubt
kind of
about
ran
that.
away with it. Wentlet took it over in the last event at Fork.
About to wrap up our third hour of fishing here at this TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite on Smith Lake. Tommy Sanders here with the great Davey Height, classic champion, two-time Progressive Angler of the Year. Ronnie Moore and Mike Sukon in the house as well. And Davey, like we said yesterday, I still don't see a way for anybody to run away from the rest of the field here. We worry about runaways. We've had several of them this year. I'm liking this situation
Yeah,
here.
more this year than any other year I can remember in recent history for sure. And there's not going to be a runaway this year, no doubt about it. There is going to be 10 anglers on Sunday that all have a chance to win this event.
I would 100% agree. And while we're here, I might as well go over to the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. Wanted to show you something that's kind of a trend on the Elite Series and a little bit something you need to keep an eye on for the rest of the year. When we think about Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, you often have to consider the angler's skills and strengths, but you also should consider who their network partners are, who their roommates are, who people may be kind to them on the water, maybe throw them a bone when they're not on them as good as they should be. And these roommates, Jay Shakir and Alex Redwine, if anything from last week at Wheeler told you that they maybe were going to be strong in this second half of the year, they both got top 10s. This week they both started in the top 10. We know Alex Redwine and Jay Shakir have been within sight of each other, fishing some of these offshore schools. Now, they dial it in practice oftentimes, but then in the tournament times, they may end up having to split up spots. It could hurt you, but also it does help you. And so thinking about them going forward, if Alex Redwine stays where he's at in the tournament, he may be 21st, 22nd, 23rd in points, which means they could be bucket A and bucket B going into the Northern Swing. Maybe the last event at Champlain, or the Champlain will be the last event where they're in a different bucket. So if you're thinking about planning your team for next week, I would consider the two roommates, just like you would consider Corey and Chris Johnston. They're both going to be in bucket A. You're going to have to pick one or the other. If you're thinking about guys who work together, the Trey McKinney, JT Tompkins dynamic back in the day, maybe a Brandon Cobb, Shane LaHue dynamic. These guys are on a hot streak, and they're going up to a place where they both have excelled. Maybe you consider them for bucket A and bucket B at Champlain, and you'll keep an eye. Maybe if Redwine keeps it up, they'll both be in bucket A for the last event of the season. But that roommate dynamic sometimes bites you. One of them's maybe excelling and the other's not, but both right now are gelling, and it's showing.
All right. Before we get out of the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, I got to ask Such. I forgot to ask you today. I mean, this place, you don't dare miss having a limit. out here. How many? I never got the
we had
figures
92
from yesterday.
guys out of our 98.
92 out of 98?
92 out of 98. So, I see that AOI race Trey McKinney has fallen down to 62nd. The other guys are inching there. But he does not have a ping on his bass track.
Okay.
But if he doesn't catch any fish and he misses, it'd be his first missed cut of the year. We only have 4 who are still in there, and Huff and Shryock certainly look like they're going to make the top 50 cut again. Jacob Fouts is in danger too, but he doesn't have a ping either.
That's a story. We need to stay on top of that one there, Such. We'll
to your
keep our
point
eyes
about the
on it.
limits and it being tight, Tommy, it amazed me. 94th place, Revette, had a limit 7 pounds, 15 ounces, a little over 3 pounds out of the cut in 94th place.
Oh my
That's tight.
gosh, that is
Caught
tight.
a limit, just the wrong size.
We had a guy,
I think Rick Clun
fighter.
was 91st with like 3 for 9.
Yeah.
And so he didn't even catch a limit. He only had 3, but he had 3 of the right kind, and he's right there, a good 5 with the same quality, and he's going to be in 30th today.
Back out to Corey Johnston.
Say we may see some guys who were in the 80s have one of those 14-pound days today and jump in this inside the cut.
Yeah,
and of course, a couple of guys who were 20s, 30s fall out.
Here it's possible.
Very.
Johnston with another. What he hopes is going to be a keeper for him. He's got 10.5 in the live well now.
Just a nice one. See if he calls here.
He's got 5 solid ones now for sure.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see. Corey Johnson yesterday afternoon went to the bank and tried to catch a big largemouth. It'd be interesting to see if he does that today. He's catching a lot of nice spotted bass.
Ryan New's been trying to do that all day today. Just some little ones to show for his efforts so far.
We'll get him in the boat.
He wasn't coming off. Or 115. 115.
That's going to afford him a few ounces there. He's, again, just got those very small ones in the boat right now. Still waiting for that big largemouth to show up. Brian New get himself back into the top 10 where he started the day. Starting the day in 6th place is Justin Hamner. He's caught a big one, and that's it.
Very surprising so far. A lot of fishing to go, though.
Come here, little fella.
Really surprising because he had 14-1 yesterday in 6th place, but was disappointed with that.
Okay.
Today is certainly not going.
No, it's way,
Like he
way
thought.
below expectations for him in this place. I don't think that one's going to keep.
It's up shallower than we saw him during the day yesterday also. Don't blame him for making a move, though, with only 1 bite this morning. That was the very first
Yeah, that
thing,
was
too.
right out of the box.
There's a small one.
Now that's, yeah.
Which is which?
All right.
I think they measure that one in millimeters. Like, jerk baits are 110. That's like that's
I mean,
about
it's
110.
inside the mouth.
Inside the mouth.
Inside the mouth, so we can keep it.
Inside the mouth. That is impressive.
That is so cute. I want to like get a little aquarium and put it. You cute little fella.
So a lot of people don't know this, but that spotted bass was like, there's the classic champion, Justin Hamner.
Yes.
I'm going to get my picture with him.
I'm going in.
I'm going to get my picture with him. Go tell all my buddies under the boat dock that I had my picture made with Justin Hamner, that's reigning world champion.
Now, I may be wrong, but before I think they set this 15-inch, I think there was like it was 12, but then it was also like under. Like you could catch
Unders and overs, sure.
unders,
Yep.
yeah. Like you would see somebody come in with 4 decent keepers, and then they'd have like an 8-inch bass.
Wow.
Because it was just, there was no, for tournaments, no under limit. You could just catch whatever. And so somebody has weighed in that fella before, probably.
Quite possible.
Or that fella's grandfather back in the day, when it was just a little rascal.
Yeah, there was a slot on the spots.
Yes,
You had
it was
overs and unders. And I was talking to Tommy, I think, before we came on yesterday, that 20 years ago, it was difficult to catch an over spot, a 15-inch plus spot. Now, not so hard to catch a 15-incher. The bar is, catching 3 and 4 pounders, but it's that tournament in 04. It took 9 pounds a day to win. 9 pounds was what, about 70th place yesterday?
It was 9 even was 86th, Jason Christie.
Yeah, that's a difference.
Yeah, that's a different fishery.
And that's herring, right?
Yeah.
The influence of herring.
I would say that's the biggest reason.
And
good management.
That and the ability to target fish more efficiently out over 100 feet of water.
That's the change everywhere.
You have to almost come to Smith Lake in February, March, and April when they're closer to the bank than in the summer or
well, you
extreme
did,
winter.
but now not. So.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like you were kind of catty-cornered into having to fish certain lakes at certain times. Now you can go test it when they're over 100 feet of water.
And instead of having a handful of people doing what Brian New and Hunter Schrock are doing, you'd have half the field burning the bank, trying to cover water.
David Kilgore, 10 years ago, won with about 18 pounds a day, 54.11. And he did our preview and said some of those 3.5 and 4 pound spots are fewer and farther between nowadays. They're kind of the smaller bass have taken over those are gold right now.
Corey Johnston.
Come on. It's a big one.
It's a no-brainer. Corey Johnston's good at a lot of things. He's only missed 2 checks since he's been here on the Elites, but I'm just telling you, he is very comfortable and very good at what he is doing here this week. Out in that deep water, covering a lot of water, using his electronics.
Not fighting like a striper.
He's getting stretched here.
I think he said it's not fishing like a striper,
Not
or not fighting like a striper.
Not fighting like a striper.
Hopefully it's one of those big ones that hangs with the striper.
Right.
I don't know. The longer this takes, the more it might be a striper.
It gets.
Yes.
Be a spot.
I'm saying the way that rod's bent, striper. If it's a spotted bass, then it's certainly going to be more than 113. Well, if it's a striper, it's going to be more than 113.
Or a wiper.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it is a striper. Size of a big spot. That sucks.
Well.
They'll fool you.
You always take a chance on that.
Had us going
stripers
there.
out here on a lake like this. Absolutely, and they can fool you right there. Hey, have you thought about, first of all, the question, have you seen the new redesigned 2024 Toyota Tacoma? That is a really strong redesign right there. Looks very different from the previous models, very strong looking, and there's a chance for you to win one in the Tacoma Hit the Trail Sweepstakes. Started back in June 19th, but you can enter daily, each and every day from June 19th till September 10th. So the Tacoma Hit the Trail Sweepstakes, use the QR code right there to take you right to a place, Bassmaster.com, where you can enter in that one right there, the Tacoma Hit the Trail Sweepstakes. Win a truck. TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite here at Smith Lake, Cullman, Alabama. First time ever for the Bassmaster Elites to come to this lake, which has hosted plenty of Bassmaster events, just never an elite. 98 elite anglers, tops in the business, are out here trying very, very hard to make it into the top 50 today. There's our leaderboard, unofficial, for Bass Track and Cody Huff. The man on top, he had stretched that lead out close to 2 pounds. At one point, it's a little less than that right now over Jay Shakura, Corey Johnston. Over those guys, Alex Redwine, Bob Downey, Taku Ito. And there's your Mercury move of the day, and it's got to be that man right there, David.
Yeah, absolutely. Cody Huff, Mercury move of the day. Yesterday, he was on top of our leaderboard early, so he's got a good starting spot, no doubt about it. You look, first fish at 6:26 a.m., and it only took him until 8:04 a.m. to catch his 5th keeper. And the big deal here is they're all nice sized fish. They're not, he's not catching those 1 pound, pound 6, pound 5, pound 7. Mercury move of the day, Cody Huff with a good start early with the right class of fish.
Cody Huff, man, on fire. His worst finish was last week at Wheeler Lake, a whopping, 43rd place there. He has made every cut this year. He was 2nd place at Murray, 3rd place at the Classic. And what of the leader to start our day today? After day one, our leader was this man right here, Hunter Shryock, and he has dropped considerably out of the top 10. 29th place. And Cody Huff also suits in our real-time tracking, has moved into 2nd place in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year poll.
Because Justin Hamner has fallen down and hasn't caught his limit yet.
Right. That can change quickly.
Boy, you got Cole Sands jumping up 20 spots from 24th to 4th. He just got a 3.5.
It's a good one here.
Get one of your better bags of the day at 11:11.
Shryock.
Don't know how she's got it hooked. It's a big spot. It's hooked bad, just outside of the head. Bad thing is these things do not tire out. Golly. Come on. Yes!
Barely had the back hook.
Thank you, Lord.
Boy, that Chapo's getting Hunter as much as it's getting Bass.
It's been a grind. See, we catching spots. That's what everybody else is catching. We just got the opportunity to catch a big old largemouth too. That's a good one. Whew, come on.
3rd fish at a little after 9. That's 1 bite an hour.
Yep.
Hey. Behind his weight yesterday, he had a 3 early.
Look at how beat
Today's
up.
a bunch of one pounders, but he only had 2 fish at 11 a.m. yesterday.
I've hit so many docks and pilings and rocks, and I know there's a breaking point. There's a breaking point with every lure, but it's literally the only one I have.
And
so
just
I don't
remember,
really know how they're built. Like if that tail can even break off, because I've smoked it off of a dock. I'm like, oh, it's broke, and I had to bend the tail back. Not good. That helps. That helps. That gets us back on track. We got 2 more bites. 2 more bites. We're close to making a check. That's bad. That's exactly what this stretch needed to give me, though, is that I knew that there were spots on it and they didn't play yesterday. And it's just, gosh, it's going to be a late day ordeal, dude.
And Such, don't forget with Bass Track, Hunter Shryock's ones in the morning, he got a 17-inch spot. He thought it was a non-keeper. It ends up being 17. That's hard to have a 1.5 pounder 17 inches. So probably a 2 pounder. So he's not far off the pace that he wants to be at.
And again, not many bites, but as we talked about earlier, you go this route, you're not expecting to have 30 bites a day.
That's right.
Going to be an all-day effort for Hunter Shryock. And we get deeper into the day now. It's 9:15 local time here. And
oh, hello.
This is what's expected. Of course, everybody's talked about this for the weeks leading up to the Smith Lake event. There's a lot of pleasure craft. This is a very attractive lake for people who like to come out and swim and do all those things you do, being dragged behind a boat and running your boat.
I think that's been overblown. We haven't seen much pleasure craft so far.
Not so much? Not as much as you
Because they hadn't been heeding your words. You've been inviting them out there. They said,
raining yesterday.
Get right up close to the elite guys. They want to say, hey.
9:15 today.
Yeah, they do have a little earlier start on Friday morning than Thursday.
Somebody's got a week off. They're going to start being here today.
Oh, come on with that.
Oh, yeah.
He's got twins on there.
Tune right there.
Roll Tide, baby.
Exactly.
Oh, man, moving on out.
Got that crimson colored.
It will be important for those other guys offshore. It'll be bumpy. They can still do some of that. For Hunter Shryock, too many wind or too much waves and splashing up shallow so he's got to get some work done really, or find areas where those boats aren't going to be.
That might be hard to do tomorrow.
Yeah.
Way back in the day, we look at our old Bassmaster programs, and when they were fishing here, I mean, they would set up some giant mud lines out there, and they would fish those things successfully. They figured out how to catch them out of those things.
Jumpy.
Don't know if that's going to help, Alex.
I don't think he'll help either. Gosh. What do we got to do for a big bite? I don't think. Probably just another 170. I'd like to run into some 270s, not 170s. Yeah, it's just the same.
Speaking of back in the day, Tommy, Greg Pugh, you remember that name?
I remember Greg Pugh.
Very good fisherman from this area, fishes here a lot.
Yeah.
To your point with the small fish there a while ago, Ronnie, Greg Pugh just texted me that they had, when they had that unders in tournaments they could keep, they always would pay for the bigger tournaments, the smallest limit of unders.
Yeah.
5 bass.
3 pounds, 12 ounces.
Under 1 pound, one. They brought them up, 5 fish limit in a sandwich bag, less than a pound, won $500.
Chased my bait for a second, give me a
That's
slap
pretty
on the
awesome
wrist.
there. 5 fish limit, less than 1 pound.
One of my rods is tangled up, so I picked up this one. For some reason, it looked and it came up and busted. It kind of looked like a little bit a better one, but obviously I didn't hook it, so I couldn't tell exactly. But this wind's still picking up. I feel like there's a bite window somewhere, a window of opportunity.
Some people would actually fish for the smallest fish limit.
I never thought we'd see Angler of the Year, Classic Champ Davey Heights say, "Isn't that cool? 5 fish for a pound, $500."
I mean,
they actually had to hook them. They couldn't net them,
so
right?
So just know, when you leave the ramp, everyone's fishing to win, and about 9 o'clock they start fishing for 1 pound.
If you can see my screen at all,
a win's a win.
It's a lot tighter and
you know that as well as anybody, Ronnie.
Brian New would never.
Trying to drop on, I think, a group of 3 of them right now.
Wow.
Red Wine is not far off from Shakurat, and Bob Downey is in their same region of the lake too. That's in the middle. So once traffic starts coming, it may give them some issues. I don't know.
Well, certainly they've planned for it, because that's been the talk ever since this tournament was announced.
Is just, I think the wind
can't plead ignorance on that one.
Right.
You know that's coming.
Like half of our field is on the eastern section of the lake, and there's some guys who have gone pretty far west where it's less developed.
Yeah, we gotta get one of these.
A lot of bait there on
kind of small.
this graph you can see there for a second.
Every once in a while they'll show themselves. Seems like typically just the small ones bust. Come up in school. But I want to hit one of these suckers on the head and get their attention. Sink, sink, sink.
Oh, look at there. You see his bait going down to some fish. A lot of bait, little pods of bait around him.
A lot different than one main group of bait with 4 or 5 fish around it. This is just, they're all intertwined and makes no real key spot, it looks like.
Closer and closer to midday here on day number 2. It goes by very quickly. 98 anglers try to make them maximize their time for the rest of the day. Catch enough to get into that top 50. Cody Huff, though, leading the way as it stands right now. Look at that bait.
Well, here we are, Bassmaster Elite Series, Smith Lake, Alabama. Just weighed in after day 1, 14.5 pounds. Caught a lot of fish on this Berkeley Finisher 7. I'm fishing for spotted bass that are suspended over deep water using my forward-facing sonar, and this bait does the job. This bait imitates any sort of bait fish that's in this lake, whether it be blueback herring or anything. And this thing, the way that it darts around in deep water, it triggers these spotted bass to bite. And today it put some fish in the boat for me, and hopefully the rest of this week it can also put fish in the boat for me.
Alex Redwine showing us one of his faves there on our Bass Pro Shops top lures. Moving closer and closer to midday here in this very important day on the 7th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. This TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite at Smith Lake. Missouri's Cody Huff has held on to that lead for the majority of our morning here. Wisconsin's Jay Shakurit, Corey Johnston. Spent a lot of time in the boat with him today, catching them steady, catching good solid ones all day long. Hasn't jumped a giant yet. Most of our guys looking to do that today. Some way you can figure out to separate yourself from the pack in what's going to be very tight competition for 99% of our anglers all the way through this thing. Here we are, the 6 that we are in the boat with, our top 6 finishers at the weigh-in yesterday. Justin Hamner, favorite lake of his, Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic champion. Started this tournament 2nd place in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, as well as it encountered a slow day today after catching a good big one right off the bat.
Got a group of fish here. Well, he's been around a lot of fish yesterday, and I'm sure he's been around them today, just hasn't been able to get them to bite. See his bait right there. Come, oh, gosh. Got one to react then. Wait, he was.
Get in there.
Yes. I didn't know if it was a spoon or a glide bait that I could tell it was something different there that he was using.
That thing about ripped the rod out of my hand. What have you been doing? Just not catching fish for? This is way funner. Ain't no giant, but right now, it's a giant.
That's a good one, though.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one, though.
Solid.
Like, Not a 1-3.
Not a 1-3.
Like, we see why he was 2.5 pounds light on Bass Track yesterday. Like,
We see that Patrick Walters is rubbing off on him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They're competing.
Or maybe it's just he switched from tea to that real high energy drink there. Who knows?
I thought it was a big one when he bowed me up.
So I'm using the big spoon yesterday.
Can I tell you they're loaded here? This is a lot.
You would think blueback herring, spotted bass, deep clear water, you're going to see a Hopkins or a tiny spoon or something like that. Real compact
fish.
Davey, does this surprise you a little bit to see how much the big spoon has been in his arsenal?
On this lake with the, I hate to say lack of big fish, but it's sort of that way.
You just tend to downsize with things, yeah.
You would think he would use a little smaller spoon, but that one's certainly working. And maybe it's just, hey, he wants to target the bigger fish, and using a bigger bait keep some of those smaller fish from biting. I think a spoon, probably more so than some other baits, but other baits are this way. The fish really don't get a true look at the silhouette to know, because it's flashing and turning.
Yeah.
And you'll catch some real small fish on a spoon that I don't know if they really even realize they can see that full silhouette and know that it's a 8-inch spoon. They're just
they see themselves. They're like, I can beat that spot in the mirror.
It could be that. Could be that.
You get some cats that look in the mirror. They're ready to fight themselves.
Oh, I've had some red birds that have fought to death on my windows at my house.
Yep. I'll show me.
Yep.
Oh. After tryout, just.
He's missed several.
He made the cast that looked like the cast, and then right there.
Burn through a lot of fuel like this. We'll throw the baby bass this time.
One more kind of pass through all this, and make one more.
Well, we're still grinding away. I've always said I'm really good at being dumb and stubborn-headed, and this is being dumb and stubborn-headed. I'm trying to force feed them. I know that it's something to do with these clouds. It's making things weird, but we got one good bite. Got two other keepers to go with it. But, like I was just telling Brandon, that this is the same way that I caught a big largemouth, and you can catch spots and potentially catch a big largemouth too. So at this point, yeah, this is what we got to stick with the rest of the day. It's literally going to come down to that last hour before check-in. I feel like that I really got to be moving and hitting the right places, making the right decisions on where to be at, because they're going to position. If this sun will stay out, they'll position a lot better than what they are. We're still getting a bunch of short strikes, little ones, and the little ones were the ones that would bite it the best. They would just race up there and they'd get that front hook really good. But every fish that I've hooked today, I think has been, that first spot, everyone but that first one really got the bait good. And I don't think it's a bait thing as much as it is just that's their mood. And that's what's so great about the Chapo, is you can cover so much water, but it makes them have to either eat it or they're going to swim away. There's no studying the bait. They have to commit to it or they're not going to. And in these clear water situations, throwing a slower bait for me personally, and they come up and you're twitching it and they look at it and they have a lot of time to decipher whether they want to bite it or not. And especially the way they're acting today, this thing's kind of like a crankbait, but just on the surface. You run it past them and they either got to commit or they don't. So We just got to keep slinging it around. I know everybody's staring at their screen, so I'm hopefully provided a little bit of coverage that the hope for the bank beaters. And yeah, we're gonna keep that fight going as long as we can.
The hope for the bank beaters.
Hope for the bank
Fishing
beaters.
some new water right now. I'm trying to expand on little stretches that I already
Two
have.
out of our 6 cameras are with bank beaters.
I'm just saying,
little, but
if the technology wasn't around, there'd be a lot more company in your area. So I'm thankful. If you like fishing that way, you got a lot more real estate to be able to cover this week than you might have had in 1994, 2004.
So you're saying that if we didn't have this technology, we should have 5 fish under category in these elites?
No, but he wouldn't be able to cover as much. He'd cover so much water, he'd run into the next boat, who's also covering as much water towards him. There is a time and place. We saw it last week at Wheeler. We've seen it in events flare up.
Everything. It's 9:30 now.
For sure.
Get a bite an hour, I think we'll be all right. I think we could have the chance to catch us 12 to 14 pounds.
9:30 means we got
That is a
half an
little
hour
when I
left
saw
in the
it.
first half of our fishing day. We got about 10 anglers with
And see,
10 pounds or better.
that's
the way
weird.
it stands right now
They
today.
haven't done that all week.
Better than yesterday's at this point.
Little
Oh,
bit,
look
yeah.
at all the small spots chasing
Sharks.
the bait. He's getting a
There's
lot of
your
bites.
full limit,
but
Davey.
small ones. Yeah,
Your full
absolutely.
1 pound limit.
Give me a coordinate, a GPS coordinate there. I'd go there with my rooster
$500
tail and smoke 'em.
guaranteed, son.
Get a rooster tail.
That's the way you do it. Rooster tail and a Ziploc baggie, and you're good to go.
I may have been there, done that.
Well, that's the story from the bank as it stands right now. There are 2, as Hunter described them, bank beaters carrying the flag for that choice, that way to go through this tournament here. And it certainly worked out for Hunter yesterday. Back out, though, deeper waters, and Corey Johnston.
We go from the bank to 114 feet deep with Corey Johnston. Solid limit in the boat, but got some ground to make up if he's going to catch up with Cody Huff. See the ball of bait there between 40 and 50 feet away from Corey's boat. His bait, I think, yep, there it is. He's hooked up. His bait was in that ball of bait, and oh, there's another fish chasing. That's what it is. It's 2 fish, but there's one following his the one he's got hooked up.
Solid one.
Solid one.
I think. Long and skinny.
So Corey's looking for those individual fish or bait balls.
Corey's hanging tough, and I wanted to bring you into the Marathon Bassmaster studios real quick to show you another angler who's hanging tough based on certain circumstances. At the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, I'm talking about falcon rods drain the lake, and a guy you might want to consider if you haven't used him up to this point because of his AOI positioning, maybe his style of fishing. If you didn't use him this week, you better use him in one of the last 2 because Bob Downey is skyrocketing in our points race. So I have it listed as classic in 8 because the situation Bob Downey's dealing with at the Harris Chain of Lakes, the 3rd Elite Series event of the season, had his son Jet, his newborn baby boy. He stayed in Minnesota with his wife. They had the child, and then he ended up coming down to fish the St. Johns River event. He was probably the one guy thankful that it was postponed, the Harris Chain, by a day. Gave him an extra day at home. He came to the St. Johns and resumed his season. So So he is trying to make the top 40 or so for Bassmaster Classic 2025, and he's going to do it hopefully in 8 events for him. And this is the way. So he missed the Harris Chain events, the 3rd stop of the season. He started the season 68th in points. After a tough Lake Fork, he fell to 86th. He did not fish the Harris Chain, so he fell to 97th in points. Moved back up to 89th after a top 15 at the St. Johns River. After Lake Murray, moved up to 76th. After a good Wheeler Lake, he had a tough day 1, but a great day 2, made the cut. He ends up moving to 63rd. After yesterday, he is all the way up to 52nd in points, and right now he's in the top 10 on Bass Track, up to 46th unofficially as it stands on Bass Track. So Bob Downey with 2 events left in smallmouth country, a place that he has done well before. He could be a guy who could get the Classic done in just 8 events. The last time we had that, guys, I believe, Kevin Short, 2014, tornadoes hit Mayflower, Arkansas. He missed Toledo Bend, and in 8 events, a couple of them were top 10s, he made the Classic. So Bob Downey, attaboy for not giving up. 97th when he restarted his season, and he's almost in the Classic cut line.
Every day counts the same out here, but everything gets a little more urgent when you get down to the last 3 events of the season. We'll be watching that Cody Huff on top here, and Bob Downey making a case that he ought to be in the Classic next year. He's not solved that one yet, but we will keep track of it and that and much more when we return. TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite at Smith Lake, Cullman, Alabama is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. A lot of Bassmaster history here, but first time ever for the Bassmaster Elites. First tournament here, the very first year of the Bassmasters, pre-Classic, pre the Tour, pre the top 150s. It was just the Bassmasters in 1967. Ray Scott and some trusted associates trying to put together the best tournament and potential tournament fishermen in the country. And this was their 2nd stop ever. Cullman, Alabama, our fantastic host city. And Visit Cullman is our host organization. We appreciate everything they do for all the opens and college events we've had through the year. And now finally an Elite Series event here. It's a lot of fun being here at Smith Lake, Cullman, Alabama. And thank you, Visit Cullman.
I did not know the 2nd tournament ever was, Bassmaster tournament ever was here in Smith Lake. That could be why there's so many, I mentioned yesterday, so many diehard bass fishing fans. And that could be the part of the reason that, their granddad was
right. Oh, yeah.
in that tournament in 1967.
There's been 3 or 4 generations since then. Absolutely.
Gerald Blanchard won it with 42 pounds, and in the 7th event the next year, Bill Dance won with 48 pounds.
I only caught one doing that. It is wild.
That's what he's looking for.
That's a largemouth bass, a keeper, and looked like he was swimming a jig there, maybe. Not. I don't think that was his buzz bait.
Making his climb, should get back around in the teens.
Getting a few more bites in Hunter, but really that's the 2 that we have cameras with that are running the banks. It's about 1 keeper an hour.
Yeah, it's a low volume deal for sure. Let's make a long trip through the winding confines of Smith Lake and find Hunter Shryock.
There's time, but Shryock, New, Kennedy, Hamner, Polnick, all in the top 10 to start today, had fallen pretty far out.
Dang it. Not a keeper. It's a bite, though. See, the largemouth tend to get it better than the spots.
Still got about 9 minutes before he really needs to catch his one for the 10 o'clock hour.
Did you say he'd be ahead of schedule?
Yes.
If he does it in the next 9 minutes.
Well, you don't want to mess up your mojo. He was leading the tournament yesterday.
That's right. Can't argue with that.
Ronnie, you were talking about Bob Downey making a good climb, missing an event to get to the Classic. Seth Feider trying to keep his streak alive. I think he's made 6 Classics in a row. He was 90th in AOI, had a good wheeler, like 21st, 71st, started 85th yesterday here. He has 2 3-pounders today with 4 fish. He's up in the 30s, which AOI puts him near 59th, which, you know, if he gets a couple more spots, he's within range for keeping his Classic streak alive, going up north.
No, he would need to restart it because he missed this past year's Classic.
Yeah.
He missed the Classic.
Right, so start a new one.
Yes, he'd have to start a new one, but
if he stay 59th or so, with 2 tournaments left, he's certainly got a chance to move in.
We said that when me and Kyle did the podcast before the Wheeler event. 4 events left in the season. Fighter was 90th, 100 points out basically. And we said that doesn't look good on either front. You're 50 places out and you're 100 points out, but that's doable. Chip it away, 25. You have to get a top 10 at some point in these next 4. You can't miss a cut. There's a couple little factors there. Yeah. I don't care if you have a 35th and a 23rd or a 33rd and a 25th. However you work, you can't miss a cut, and you probably have to get a top 10 at least once.
Yeah.
But then if you go win one, now you don't need another top 10. You need a top 25, somewhere in there.
Now, I'm afraid for Jason Christie, though. He's got 1 fish today. He's fallen to 73rd in AOI. So with 2 events left, boy, that's a big hill to climb.
He needs to make up some ground today.
There's plenty of time, too. He could certainly.
Oh, yeah.
And I wanted to tell you,
make the cut.
You messaged Trey's Marshall. He might not be texting you back because Trey's Marshall got sick and did not go with him today. So Trey is by himself. Did get reports from the water. He has 2 for 6.5 pounds, which features a 4-pound largemouth.
That'd be our Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the day so far, if it's an actual 4-pounder. Secured has a 310 on Bass Track.
Lawrence bird's eye view, using that to take us down to Steve Kennedy. We're not down yet. We're going to hold up here for a while. It's a good view. There's Steve.
What? I hear a mosquito. A very annoying mosquito. Anyway, this area I had. So second day of practice, I might have had 10 or 12 bites without picking up the trolling motor. So I started over there, fished all the way around the pocket, out here. So, and I think I had 10 or 12 bites. It was good, but it was after 3 o'clock, probably closer to 5, and they were biting. So I fished through it yesterday morning and never had a bite. That's not true. I had 1 bite around the corner around there and didn't hook up. And then I left, and coming back in, I stopped right here, fished this stretch, and managed to put a 310 largemouth in the boat. And I had 3 more bites on the same cast. So I had 3 keeper spotted bass hit the bait and didn't hook up. And I was, but I was cussing. And then I looked back over there, and there's one coming up from deeper. And anyway, it was that big largemouth, and he came up and choked it. So we hadn't quite gotten to the best spot, but they're just, like I said, they're just cruising. They're never in the same place twice. It's just covering water with a big bait. I mean, you can probably catch them throwing something slow, but the key is to get it in front of as many of these big ones as you can. With a bait big enough to get their attention. Whew, that's good looking stuff.
Looking at this from the Lawrence bird's eye view, it gives you a good picture that he's fishing these sharp bluffs. He's fishing the bank, but unlike brand new and
Just go,
on a
go,
trout.
go.
They're looking for those flatter type banks, what Steve Kennedy's doing. And these are the banks that, he talked about in the practice getting 12 bites on this one stretch. I'm sure it's a fairly long stretch, but these type banks, I think the fish like the Corey Johnson and Red Wine and Secure It are fishing for those fish out there over 100. Those fish will just, because they swim so much, every once in a while, or fairly often, they'll come to one of these bluff banks.
Take a cruise down.
Take a little cruise and then they're off, and that's why they come and go so much. Those tapering banks, those fish are up there looking for bluegill. And they tend to go back and because they know those are areas where bluegills hang out. But these banks are so inconsistent because I think those roamers, they could be on that bluff wall today and out there just a half mile offshore where Corey Johnson is fishing for them.
Day trippers coming in for that, yeah.
Big one was right there.
Well, you know what today is all about. It is you got to move into that top 50 today or hit the road. Unfortunately, with only 2 days, only 8 days of fishing potentially left. If you don't make the top 50 today, we'll take you through our unofficial weights as we see them right now, and that's Cody Huff, who's steady in that lead. That's not easy to do when everything's so close here. But he has put on yet another great performance here in 2024. Secure It, Johnson, Robert G., Cole Sands, having a great year as well. Bob Downey was, as we mentioned, moving up, still continuing his rise back after a pretty big setback earlier in the year. Luke Palmer, John Garrett in the top 10 on day one. Brian New in the top 10 to start today. John Sokup, Logan Parks, Seth Bider, we talked about moving up. Yes, all of them moving up during the course of this day number 2. Chris Zaldane almost made it to the top 10 at one point during the day. Was the first angler, I think, to 10 pounds on this day. Steve Kennedy, Hunter Shryock, we saw him, our leader from day number 1. Greg DePalma having a good tournament. Lewis Gustafson, Alabama's Wes Logan, and Ray Hanselman after a good week at Wheeler Lake. Last outing here in Alabama. Alabama Justin Atkins hanging in there in the top 30, just outside the top 30. Justin Hamner, Classic champ, started this day in 6th place. Sixth man in our group of 6 we're following today, but has found the going slow. He is not catching numbers today. He did start out with a good one, though, so he's got plenty of room to grow and a good one to wheel it around. Now we're getting close to really the crucial spots there. 10 spots above the cut is Brandon Cobb, Gaston Swindle, Tyler Williams, Drew Cook, Jordan Lee, one of the big favorites coming in here, just barely hanging in there in the top 54 now. He hasn't finished his work for today, and there are the anglers on the outside looking in as it stands here with 4 hours of fishing under the belt today. Scott Martin, Tyler Rivette, Jacob Porosnik, Ben Milliken, moving the Tuso, and Brandon Polinick, who had a good day yesterday, but not much going today. So the Eddie Hot Seat cut line, 50th place. Hank Cherry looking to move up. Scott Canterbury, Scott Martin, 2 Scotts, Tyler Rivette, Mark Frazier, and Brock Mosley, the nearest thing. So they've all got a shot. Just got to grind it out for another half day.
Big move by Robert G. He caught a 3-7 on 4 fish. He's got 11-7 on the day up to 4th place.
Good day for Robert G. We've had some 2 different approaches out there, shallow and deep, Davey, and the deeps were deep spot. Caught them pretty steady and fairly decent size.
Yeah, the deep fishermen like Corey Johnson, Cody Huff, they are definitely ahead of the bank beaters so far this morning. But surprisingly, a lot of the guys, or percentage-wise, some of the guys that are fishing the bank say the afternoon is better. So we'll see.
We got the live mix coming up here. Just a couple of seconds here, and after that, after an hour of that, Ronnie Moore, Kyle Jesse will join us with some on-location coverage, and we'll be back here.
Got to drive down there.
I got enough weight to fish tomorrow. Dude, that was I think I saw one. I reeled it out too soon. I gotta remember that one. He made it in the boat. That's the best part. If somebody can lose one, I can do it. But yeah, I had two come off that little tree up there in front of us in practice. But they're spotted bass, about like that one. Not big ones, but who knows? There's a tree right there. Come on, baby. Yeah. Oh wow, that's a green tree. But yeah, I raised two off of that tree right there, and I messed up the cast. Never in the same place. Good Lord, it's hot. It did, that sun came out. Gotta remember to keep doing this. There's a follower. But yeah, once they get to that 2, 2 1/4 size, they can start eating these guys. And they can put on some weight. I don't fish here enough to know for sure what's going on, but you double dog dare me to catch it. I bet I can do it. So what does that give me on Bass Track? Did you look? 9.6. Okay. We got a hair more than that. I'm underbidding by an ounce or so. It's not like everybody else. It's just an ounce. You don't like to underbid. Overbid. Whatever. Wow. So this is what forces them into the shade. Overhanging rocks, logs, something. They want to shade their eyes. Like under that rock would just be perfect, wouldn't it? Look at that. Yeah, well, it's still not what we're looking for. I haven't raised a big one yet. And there's a bunch of, they look like 4-pound heads, but they're 3.10s, 3.5s. I say a bunch. There's a fair number of them in here. I had 14 yesterday. I had the B.A.S.S to have 16, 17. From practice, I thought I ought to have 15 to 18 a day, but it never works out that way. I really had a bad day yesterday. You just don't. It looks good, but it was not what I was. Dude, 10 o'clock. What time we start? 6. That's 4 hours. I've been running it hard. Let me get under right here. I think I can do it all from one side. There they are, right there. Oh, come on. Where'd they go? Ooh. There's one down there. There's a tree too. Ooh, he's coming. Oh, he turned off already. What the heck? You know they've been fished for when they do that. No, he did the beeline and then just went, ew. Ooh, dude. I don't know that he hit it, but he came out from under that overhang and boiled on it. He probably wasn't but 14 inches, but he was there. Shallow. Where the heck is he coming from? Seriously.
Dang it. Oh, one big one. That's all we need, one big one. That was not a big one. What the heck? Was that a fish or a rock? I mean, it's shallow enough, I feel like it was probably a rock, but it looks like shy rock there. Idle around the docks. Everybody's fishing that pocket. Let's make a move. Get off of there. Get off of there. Oh my gosh, that's a giant. He's got me around the cable.
It's a catfish, probably. You see all the catfish?
Is that what that's down there?
Yeah.
Did it call for around our cable there?
I think it's a light. Yep, it's a stupid catfish. Oh. Ah.
Like all sides.
Yeah. Come here. Nasty things.
Get any more? No. Nothing good. good. I think. No, just look long. Come on. Don't think so.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here on a populated Lewis Smith Lake right there in Cullman, Alabama. Day 2 action. It is Friday, the Bassmaster Elite, which means it's the last day of the week where all 98 anglers are competing. Top 50 will advance to Saturday and the top 10 to Sunday. And whoa, somebody would do a backflip right now for a 3-pounder if they could. We're seeing some pleasure boaters start to pop up on Smith Lake as we take a look at our unofficial leaderboard via Bass Track. Cody Huff on top, less than a pound over Jay Shakir. Corey Johnston right behind him. Robert G. Cole Sands needs a good one and is having a good event this week. Alex Redwine, Taku Ito, Bob Downey. Talked about him earlier, trying to make the classic with only 8 events. Matt Airy and Kyle Patrick as well in our top 10. Where are we at? We talked about it, Cullman, Alabama. If you don't know where that's at, it's a little bit northwest of Birmingham, Alabama. We're a little bit south of where we were in our last event at Wheeler Lake. You are a local in between the Gunnersville and Wheeler region. Smith Lake's not too far, and the takeoff certainly isn't too far on the east side of our lake at Smith Lake Park. And Smith Lake Park is where my guest is today. Ronnie Moore here in studio with my guy Kyle Jesse on site. And Kyle, man, it's fast and furious in the morning for some anglers, but I appreciate you pulling yourself off the water to come join me for an hour on Bassmaster Live.
The timing has worked perfectly. I mean, 2 days in a row, I've been able to get off the water right before it starts getting hot. So no complaints here. We've been super, super blessed. I mentioned it yesterday when we got off air. Really, really pretty mornings. I mean, obviously yesterday was raining, but I don't think any of the anglers were complaining about that. Obviously the cooler temperatures, the changing conditions helped a little bit yesterday. Saw a little bit more of the same this morning, not so much rain, but obviously the overcast and cloudy conditions seem to help the morning bite.
Before we jump into our midday report, Kyle, tell me who you kind of saw this morning, who you covered, just for knowledge going forward.
Yeah, I got to cover Jay Shakir and Alex Redwine. They were obviously in the same creek, fishing very, very close to each other. I know you guys got to see that on live, and they've had some other company in there as well. Bob Downey, who's having a good day, was in there. It's been a really interesting morning in there. 2 days in a row, I've got to spend the majority of my days in that same creek, and it's been interesting to see. There's one guy a day, it seems like, is getting the more than, better than average size bites. And it just seems like a timing deal, being in the right place at the right time. It's one really large creek, and, a lot of guys, like I said, flowing around in there and using their electronics to find those suspended fish. Super, super deep water. Today it looks like Jay Shakir has had the hot hand and has really propelled himself up.
Well, let's catch you up on what has happened today as we go into our Yamaha midday report. We talked about Jay Shakir. We'll get to him in our unofficial leaderboard for sure. But the guy who we had a camera on yesterday, and he followed through for us and delivered and is on camera again today, Justin Hamner, did not get started as quick as he did yesterday. He added a keeper yesterday morning and then a good-sized largemouth on a big spoon. Instead, it was a big spotted bass that showed up, and then finally he got fish relating to his spoon this morning. So couple fish in the boat for him. He's fallen down the leaderboard some, but good bag builders that he just needs to fill his limit. A guy who led the tournament, Kyle, 15-15, and he did so up on the bank with topwater, Hunter Shryock.
Going against the grain, obviously making a longer run, fishing shallow water. Traditional logic would tell you early morning topwater bite's going to be the best, and a lot of times that's the case. But he's mentioned it a few times on live today, really needing that sun to position those fish around the shade lines, the bushes, the rocks, whatever it may be. So be interesting to see what he can do the rest of the day.
Still working on that. Another guy who's fishing the same type of style. Instead of a Berkeley Chapo, he is throwing a toad toader buzz bait. But Brian New also catching lots of numbers at times this morning, but not big ones. He had small fish early today and slowly upgrading. That's the one thing though, Kyle, if viewers at home think deep, clear, Smith Lake, spotted bass, all the guys are going to be fishing offshore. Not the case. Oftentimes lakes like this, lakes like Lake Hamilton, maybe Lake Lanier, a shallow bite with topwater can be one that's so prosperous for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we mentioned earlier, it can be in the middle of the day. You'd think that bite would go away, but a lot of times your bigger bites are going to come later in the day. Those fish get positioned on something, makes them easier to target. But, watching Brian New, this just looks right. We've seen him do this at Lake Hartwell, a lot of the Carolina lakes. This is right in his wheelhouse, and I think he's super, super comfortable doing what he's doing. Just got to keep his head down and keep after it.
We've talked about this man on the podcast. I have no idea when Steve Kennedy's going to catch him good in a tournament. You think he's going to catch him good at Wheeler. He gets dead last. He is mystified, so you don't even consider him for Smith. And then, boom, he's in the top 5 after day 1 and hanging tough. And honestly, putting on a show on his knowledge. He's learning so much as well with his active target and figuring it out, adapting his 2 styles of big bait fishing and sonar fishing.
Absolutely. I mean, you've seen him be able to do both things. Like you said, a big bait, throwing a swim bait up shallow, fishing offshore like a lot of the field is doing, and doing it to perfection to this point.
Alex Redwine, you told us that you were covering him this morning. Why don't you take this, break it down. How good is Alex Redwine's pattern and area going forward?
He's on them. I mean, he's obviously around a big population of fish. All those anglers are, like I said, Jay Shakura, Bob Downey. They're working in the same general area. But on day one thing I really noticed with Alex Redwine is every time I turned around, if I wasn't necessarily covering him specifically, he was always hooked up. And I asked him, what's the deal? Why are you getting so many more bites than everybody else? And he didn't really know. He didn't really have an answer for it, but just putting your head down and covering water. Those fish are scattered around, like I said, a super large area, so you kind of have to just put your foot on the trolling motor and keep going. And in that area, at least, he and Jay have really outperformed the rest of the anglers in that little creek.
With it being tough at Wheeler last week, both of them able to use their fish to get into the top 10 and make the final day this week. With the weights so tight, splitting up fish could be detrimental for one of them as we see it go on. They may not make the top 10, but we'll keep an eye on it. Both are in the top 10. Basically wedged on each side of this guy, Corey Johnston, 3rd place, 25 pounds and change, going to be ounces to the good or bad from the lead.
Yeah, Corey's had a short memory, which you have to do in bass fishing. Obviously, a tough event at Wheeler last week, kind of took him out of the Progressive Angler of the Year race, but, came back at Smith here and is really putting on a show so far. Like I said, a lot of guys fishing offshore, fishing, for suspended fish that are targeting bait, and he's doing a great job at that.
That was your Yamaha Midday Report. We're going to see a little bit of this today. Was this you after you got your quick photo gallery done of Alex Redwine?
It could be me. I definitely wouldn't be opposed to the idea. The longer I stand here in the sun, I certainly am not opposed to it.
Yeah, these lights are super hot and bright in studio as well, but that is going to be a factor in a storyline as we go on in this tournament. It's just Friday, and it's just getting to be 11 o'clock Central Time. So the afternoon of Friday will be interesting to see how it is, and then also going into the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, the weekend before the 4th of July. How will boat traffic kind of mess with possibly some of these people on the main lake? And maybe if it doesn't, what if it messes with those guys really cruising the banks with shallow topwater action? We'll see how that goes. But Corey Johnston from above and in the boat, kind of doing some navigating on somebody who's either taking photos watching him or someone who pulled up to fish as well. I can't quite tell who's in the background, but Corey Johnston, yeah. It's odd to see people fishing over 115 foot of water and catching fish that are only in about 25 feet of water maximum, but that is what Corey's been his whole program this week as he's hooked up.
think he'll help either.
Corey's got a lot of solid fish.
One I got in here long
for spotted bass, but not that above average, you know, overall. So it's going to be ounces if it does help, and if it doesn't help, then you know that he's got some work to do still.
Nope.
Not going to help Corey. That one goes back. Kyle, the train of thought for some of these anglers, you're fishing offshore, maybe you're fishing around hundreds of fish or groups of 20 fish at a time, like Alex Redwine, Jay Shakir, Bob Downey may be doing, but Corey has opted to fish maybe over deeper water than some other people and only targeting maybe solo or 1 or 2 fish groups where he thinks that maybe bigger ones, but that's not necessarily translated today.
You would think that would hold true. You know, some of these spotted bass on these deep, clear lakes, they'll hang out with the stripers and in those super, super, super deep areas. You know, one of our home lakes in Lake Washita is very similar in that regard. You know, some of the biggest bass in the lake will just swim around in the deepest water in the lake, but just suspend, and that's what makes them so hard to catch.
No doubt about it, it's a big one. Oh, I may have 2. Look at all of them. Look at that!
Wow.
Are you kidding me? Oh my God! I had no idea there were that many. Don't pull off, please don't pull off. That's a spotted bass too, I think. Did you see that? Come on, baby. Dang, these things are strong. We should have been here all day. All right, let's see if we can do this. That's a lot of hooks.
That's a good one.
That's a lot of hooks. I'm just gonna have to boat flip him. It's too much hooks. Oh my goodness. Dude, that is a stud. I saw him bust up there. I couldn't see him, dude. I could not see him. But I saw one pop up there against the bank. And that's a match. Look how close that, I mean, I did good. I did well. My wife will kill me for that. I done good. Look how bad I'm shaking. Same as yesterday, 310.
310. That is the fish you want. And it's not just largemouth up shallow, Kyle, Jesse. And when we take a look at this, he had one bust right up on the bank, pitched in there and was able to catch it. And when he brought the whole school, look on the left side of your screen, there he is hooked up in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All of them look like at least 2.5 to 3 pounders at minimum. And that was a 310 that he landed.
That was quite the catch. And this has been said before, but I don't think there's anybody that has more fun bass fishing than Steve Kennedy. And I think that was another display of it right there.
My tiger roar. Rawr.
And then even here, it still wasn't done. It was hooked very good, but I was very worried about the boat flip and pulling out somehow the hooks. But he gets it in the boat, 310. That is a huge fish for him, moving him to 3rd place.
Just, we caught that big one and missed a couple of, came back through with a glide bait and missed a couple. So we raised 3 more. So yeah, I picked up a wacky rig, threw it out there, and one started swimming off with it. like a 3-pound largemouth, and I broke him at the boat. I assume y'all saw it, but who knows? Breathe, Steve. I still didn't check it. It's tight. But...
It's one of those deals, Kyle, Jesse, where maybe you pull those 5 wolf packers off the bank under your boat. We saw when that fish jumped, they went under his boat.
So yeah,
you kind of got to leave and let them set back up.
A Cinco, if.
That's the tricky thing, you know. Obviously, saw him pick up the spinning rod and throw a wacky rig back in there, but a lot of times those fish this time of year, when they're up on the bank like that, they cruise so much that it's, you know, it's never a given that they're just going to stay there. So looks like he's trying to take advantage and try to pick off a couple more of them. But it will be interesting to see if, you know, later in the day he can go back through the same stretch and find those fish.
Tighter to the bank and pulling these fish up tight to the bank. I missed one right there. So yeah, in a little bit there will be no shadow left here to even try to fish. I mean, like by the time we go around and come back, there won't be much.
By far, Kyle, other than maybe Justin Hamner's first fish of the day, but that was a long time ago, there's no question that Steve Kennedy is going to be the power pole replay of the day for the first half of day 2 of competition. Look at that wolf pack. That is what you want to see, and that is what you want to do. You want to nail it down and land a 310 spotted bass on a big bait.
What an incredible shot by the cameraman there. I mean, you know, he's been doing this for a good bit. Obviously, he'll move off the bank and use his electronics and try to target those suspended fish a little bit, but you know, on live mix there for a long time he was just running the bank looking for this bite. So for him to pick up that one, definitely got to be a boost of confidence moving on for the rest of the day.
And it's something that's attainable as well. A 310 spotted bass. He said just like yesterday he caught a 310. You can deal with a 310 every single day on Smith Lake. If it was a 5.5 pounder, that's just a bonus fish you can't rely on. 310 spotted bass in a wolf pack like that, I would be hard pressed not to check this spot multiple times a day. Beautiful bait, beautiful bass. They're probably already sold out. Bass Pro Shops and other places online if they sell them. Moved all the way up there to 3rd place. We had talked about Corey Johnston being up in 3rd. He has been dethroned by a couple ounces. Jay Shakurit's now jumped over Cody Huff, 26-15, 26-13. Steve Kennedy just a pound behind there, all the way down to Brandon Polinick in 10th place. We'll see you in just a moment on Bassmaster Live. Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here at Smith Lake in Alabama. It will be the place to be all weekend. It has been the place to be Thursday and Friday so far as well, because the Bassmaster Elite Series is in town. Only 2 full events after this tournament, so you better catch your fish, get all the points you can, make the Classic if you want to. Maybe factor in Angler of the Year as we look at our 6 anglers and how they're spread out today on our live coverage. I don't know if Justin Hamner could hear him, but he's not too far away with Steve Kennedy's excitement from that last catch. As we go out to Justin Hamner, we talked to him last week. He came in studio, was a analyst with us for the Lake Eufaula Open. He talked about how excited he was for this event, how he had pre-fished this event last month, and so many other things. That has a great positive mindset and translated well with him being one of our 6 anglers yesterday, and he followed it up. Backed up the talk with the walk and was in the top 6 after day 1 away. And
that's the big one.
Fish was
Maybe.
about
I don't know.
60, 65 feet away.
It's not. Why are you not big?
4 fish, though. This is number 5.
He's bigger than what I got. Yeah, he'll keep.
Number 5 for Justin Hamner.
Oh, yeah.
After a slow start, he is going to be back in the game for sure. This is going to be a bumpy deal. Week before the 4th of July, we knew it, and so did Justin, and he practiced last month accordingly.
Yeah, so I actually came, like, our practice ended the Memorial Day weekend. So, like, the day before Memorial Day, knew it was going to be a madhouse out here with all the ski boats and pontoon boats. So I just wanted to see how it affected the fish and just torture my body, I guess, a little bit. But it surprised me. Like, these fish, I guess, they're just used to it. Like, they're used to having all these boats going over them nonstop. Doesn't affect them at all. They actually bit pretty good.
Woo-hoo! Yeah! That's how you get it started.
Smart game plan, Kyle Jesse, for a guy who was excited about the Smith Lake event, but you don't want to have preconceived notions or ill thoughts, and so he prepared himself well before the cutoff.
Points are all there.
Very smart move. I mean, you see athletes do that all the time in other sports, you know, preparing the conditions you're going to play in, and what a smart move on him. Obviously, living close enough to do that makes it a little easier, but really smart move. Looks like it's paying off for him so far. Steve Kennedy's got to catch one off this tree, right? I mean, there's no way he doesn't.
No doubt. A little bit of nerves, even for seasoned pros, on that first presentation to the tree. Don't hang up, don't mess up the tree, but that first one, that's the chance you get. Here it is. Off the end of it.
Long way between bites, but holy smokes when you get one. That's the most I've seen in any one spot, though. I mean, we went by a place this morning where I caught that 310 largemouth, and the water turned black like that, but I don't think they were that big. You know what I mean? They're 2.5s. They hit it 3 times and I didn't hook at one because they ain't got a big enough mouth. Yeah, they had the fish had too many hooks under the belly and in the mouth. It's a bass swimming, little bitty baby. So see, you got shadows on this side, but they just got here. You know what I mean? They're not, ooh, 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 ooh. Big as the bait. Dude, that is just a gorgeous place back in here.
If you don't know what a wolf pack is, it's that group of fish that normally are similar size, and they gang up on the bank in the post spawn, and they will cruise the bank and kind of take turns, I guess, feasting on whatever brim doesn't get out of the way, maybe a frog or a grasshopper or a topwater that pops into their vision. And this video was sent to us by Jesse Wiggins, who lives at Smith, fishes Smith, has won multiple Bassmaster Opens, and this, Kyle, is exactly what you want to see. You just don't know where you're going to see it. These fish can swim for miles on the bank in big groups like this, but if you can collide with them on tournament day and make the right presentation, maybe you catch multiple fish or at least one good bite out of the wolf pack every chance you get.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to cover a lot of ground to find those wolf packs. Obviously, there's a lot of, what people would call dead water, water where there's not wolf packs of fish, of course. And, you have to cover a lot of water doing what Steve Kennedy's doing to find it. But you just saw what the reward can be when you find them. Like you said, bluegill, anything up shallow that they can find. You see some bluegill in the shot there, of course. There's plenty of food that still stays shallow in the shadows, and that's what those fish are after.
That is what somebody wants to see. But normally, Kyle, when you see it, it's too late. Like Steve Kennedy said with that 310, I didn't even see them until it was the last second, and then they came into vision. They're either camouflaged so well, or like he said, that shade is coming in and out as the sun angle changes, and he didn't quite see them until it was time for them to bite, which is the best opportunity because you do not want to spook those fish. And so Kennedy capitalizes, and that is a 4-pounder almost, a 310. That'll go a long way as we go out to Alex Redwine. He would love a 310. He had 2 or 3 over 3 pounds yesterday, but for the most part, a lot of 2 to 2.5 pounders for him.
One, I hope. I really do. It should be. It should be a better fish.
That one gets in the boat for Alex Redwine. So we take a look from the drone. Trying to sync those 2 cameras up as we...
One actually committed. Look at the belly on that thing. Spotted bass ain't hungry no more. It's about noon right now. Must be lunchtime.
This could be one, a helper.
It's definitely gonna help us out. We need anything we can get. There we go. We got a little 280 going.
280.
It's a pound upgrade.
It's about a 213. Can get rid of a 1 3/4.
These are like gold on Smith Lake. 282. Just look at that thing, dude. Now I'm gonna have to figure out which one is the. I need my scale again. I gotta figure out which one was the 180.
I think this just about every time one of these guys offshore hooks one, or even, Steve Kennedy hooking that one up shallow, these fish are so mean. These spotted bass are mean, and they are aggressive, and they fight hard. They're certainly not, pound for pound, I would say they fight every bit as hard as the smallmouth that we'll see here in just a few weeks up in New York, but obviously not the same size.
Or it might be 3.
Yeah, I think they fight hard and they have an attitude, Kyle, because so many people hate on spotted bass. People always say their favorites are smallmouth or largemouth, and I think the word got around to the spotted bass because they do fight. I actually love them the most, and they're just an interesting species of fish for sure. And these we talked about on the podcast. This strain of spotted bass is just a little different than others, and that also is a contributing factor.
I mean, who wouldn't get their feelings hurt? Everybody wants to talk about smallmouth and largemouth, and spotted bass just get forgotten.
Hey, it was just like me yesterday. I got my feelings hurt. Everyone was tagging you that you were hosting Bass Live for the hour, and it was this about Kyle Jesse, that about Kyle Jesse. I might have got my feelings hurt too. We all love each other here. Alex Redwine, a pound upgrade. That's going to now hopscotch him over Steve Kennedy and Corey Johnston. Virtual tie there for Redwine and Kennedy. We're going to say that quite a bit this week. Ties galore. I think a quarter of our field were tied yesterday in some extent. 25 anglers sharing the same weights. Jay Shakira on top, though. Cody Huff right behind him. Sounds like the Bassmaster Classic. Maybe one of them will break through this week. We'll see when we come back. Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here on Smith Lake. Last hour or so has been interesting. Not only have the jet skis and boats gotten out, but we've seen some big time upgrades. A pound coal for Alex Redwine, a 310 for Steve Kennedy, putting both of them now neck and neck within an ounce, tied virtually in third place on the leaderboard. Some big moments happening. It's not just about the morning bite. It's what can you do for me from 11:30 to 2 o'clock. That is a window of time. We will see some of the most important fish of the tournament get caught and the decisions being made, as well as we see Brian New making a decision, ditching his shallow deal and coming out a little deeper as we start to see some of the clouds dissipate from his area.
How's that man card? Ah, I lost it. All right.
Good size fish.
Two, one.
I think when he said he lost it, Kyle, it's Brian New referring to his man card, because he said, I'm going to be a man and fish shallow all day. I'll take and turn in my man card for a pound upgrade, and that's what Brian New may have just done.
Yeah, you know the temptation has got to be there when you know the fish are offshore, a lot of them, and they're right behind your back. So,
but up shallow, this will turn you into a man from a young boy. Watching that fish catch happen, man, that is what we dream of, especially when you know Wolfpack fish are not reliable, but when you find them, you need to capitalize. A 310 from Steve Kennedy has him back in the game for sure. And boy, he will remember that spot to maybe catch more Wolfpackers as the day goes on or the weekend goes on.
Oh my goodness. That's a match. Look how close that is.
Great candidate for catch of the week already, only on day 2.
No doubt about it. Look at that. The fish, he barely saw the Wolfpack when they were almost fully past his boat. He casts back to it. It explodes on it. As he gets halfway to the boat, he sees 5 or 6 others with it trying to get it. But like he said, he had both treble hooks. The one time you don't want to have both treble hooks in the bait, in the fish. He has both treble hooks in there. Can't get a double, but lands a 310 spot, and that puts him in the top 5. That is what you want as we go out to Steve Kennedy live.
Really? I spent way too much time on that fish instead of fishing. Look at the little one coming. See how close the match that is. Look at him. Can you chumming? Anyway, I did well. I'm happy.
Steve Kennedy back over to Brian New, who just made a cull and an upgrade.
I don't think he'll help. It's fat though. I think 115, I think.
Getting close to a 2-pounder for his smallest fish.
I don't think this is gonna do it.
It is a game of ounces, Kyle Jesse. 10 pounds is common,
Real fun
and
anyways,
10 3/4 at the end of the day could be what you need, and we saw that yesterday with how many guys had 10 and change and were below the cut because it had bumped up to 11, almost 11 and a half pounds.
Yeah, if you're running the offshore deal, you're going to have to, go brick by brick and build your bag, one fish at a time, because it's not an issue of getting bites. Even later in the day, it seemed yesterday, but catching those better than average size spotted bass, you definitely got to go through some numbers. And one thing that's really interesting that we've seen in the last 2 catches of Brian New is it's a great demonstration of how aggressive some of these spotted bass are. The first catch we saw, he missed it twice, was pulling it away from him extremely fast, and they came back and got it. And then same thing with the second one. You see how much he speeds up his reel handle trying to get that bait above him and triggers a reaction.
Steve Kennedy with a plopping style bait. Don't know which brand or which size right now, but not too shabby of an approach I will take watching this with Steve Kennedy for sure, because he's going to come unglued when one blows up on that. Back out to Brian New. One good thing about this style, even though it is brick by brick, like you said, and ounce by ounce at times, the chance to catch 5, 6, 7 fish on consecutive casts and really fire up a school, maybe make some culls, maybe weed some fish out and catch bigger ones, or drop on the biggest fish if it separates from the group. That opportunity presents itself frequently at times out here, and Brian New obviously has found a group of fish that he has fired up, with this being his 3rd fish in basically as many minutes.
Can certainly happen fast, as we're seeing now.
Everybody wants to be dialed in on one specific thing. I've been running shallow all day, every day, or I've been fishing exclusively offshore, but mixing the two this week seems like a great recipe if you can get your timing down when you choose to stay shallow, when you choose to go deep.
I got too much line out.
Got almost be a 2-pounder to pull.
Crap. Oh.
All the blueback herring.
I wish he would have swallowed that. Lisa won't let me put it back in him though. $2.8.
2.8. Bigger than I thought. I thought it was going to barely cull. That's a half-pound upgrade.
Lost my man card.
Great cull.
Lost his man card, but has culled up about a pound with the last 2 upgrades he's done. And at this point, this will be his 2nd made cut of the year, and I'll sacrifice some things to make sure you make the top 50 cut, Kyle?
Yeah, no question about it. And, back to your point you were making a second ago, that's what makes these tournaments so difficult is when you're trying to, mix in the shallow and deep deal, it's very difficult to commit to just one. But at the same point, fishing shallow, you understand going into it, if that's going to be your approach, you have to put your head down, make as many casts as you can, cover as much water as you can, but then you move offshore and you get several bites in a really short amount of time, like we just saw Brian do it. Kind of changes your perspective a little bit.
Yeah, good balance may be the deal. And when you're up shallow, you may not specifically be targeting just largemouth. These spotted bass, when they get to a certain size, they end up leading the wolf packs. They're the big fish of the straggler swimming. And so you can, like Hunter Shryock, like Steve Kennedy, have your biggest fish of the day so far be a spotted bass on a style and an area of the lake that you're expecting to catch largemouth. You can catch a quality spotted bass as well.
No question about it. We've seen just as many, probably more, I would say, on camera, big spotted bass up shallow than we have largemouth, which, you would think if you were going to move shallow that, your odds of catching a big largemouth would increase, but we've seen just as many big spotted bass up shallow.
Out to Alex Redwine.
So we just kind of have caught in like a couple somewhat recently, and just kind of a little different area, a little more traffic around here. As you see, we got some boats flying around, but we're getting closer to that goal for the day. I think we have like 11 and a half, somewhere in 11-pound range, which isn't the worst, isn't the best, but it's a good sign. I mean, it's been kind of a slow afternoon, and hopefully that's a little sign of something picking up soon. But sun's out now. But yeah, I don't know. Just gonna like to get. I mean, the last one that we caught, that bigger one, was a 280. So it's kind of a big deal here. So hopefully we can catch. It'd be nice to catch some of those upper twos and just kind of hang in there a little bit. So keep floating around, and I don't know if we'll see what happens, but it's been pretty cool. Hopefully everyone back home is enjoying the air conditioner today. It's starting to get a little steamy out here, but we'll be out here if you need us. We'll be on Smith Lake if anyone needs us.
Four box with Corey Johnston, Alex Redwine, Brian New, and Steve Kennedy. I'd say about 30 minutes ago, Kyle, Steve Kennedy was outside the top 20. Brian New was outside the top 30. And Alex was at the bottom of the top 10. And you see in just a couple minutes' time how you can jump to 3rd, 4th, and 15th, respectively, with a few key bites or a key bite.
No doubt, it certainly can happen fast. And you know, it's really a testament to Smith Lake. Obviously, we've talked about it all week, how many fish are in this lake. I mean, there's plenty of lakes across the southeast that you could pretty well lose your bite, you know, after 11 a.m. But, you know, 2 days in a row, we've seen anglers catch plenty of fish late in the day as well.
We've got Steve Kennedy, who about 15 minutes ago caught a 310 spotted bass and is still high-fiving the cameraman as they go to make a move. That is the fish that you need. If you get 2 of those, that is a true bonus, and that's how you stay in the top 5. But right now, he is in the top 5. Taku Ito holding down that last spot by an ounce over Corey Johnston. Kyle Patrick as well. Robert G., Brandon Lester, Wes Logan. It's a lot of anglers, a lot of names. We're going to bring the best name in the business back, Tommy Sanders, Davey Height, and Such when we come back.
Hey, the TNT fireworks. Bassmaster Elite Series 7th stop of the year. The Bassmaster Elite Series on Smith Lake here is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Getting into the last couple of hours of fishing for the first flighters anyway. On this day 2 action, you got to be in the top 50. There is your unofficial leaderboard with Jay Shakurit back on top. Cody Huff spent most of the morning in the lead right there. Steve Kennedy, an amazing journey from the top 5 down to, well, the 20s, back up to within a pound of the lead. A pound and an ounce of the lead. Corey Johnston, who started the day up there, has dropped a couple of spots there. And let's get out to Corey Johnston, who's already won this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Spent his morning catching them pretty steady out there in deep water.
I'm not really sure what to expect tomorrow. Put the power pole move on 100 and cover a bunch of water and see if we can find something. I didn't have any largemouth in my bag today. I did go looking and I did miss a great big one today. I went into a pocket and there was 10 of them in a wolf pack, and all I had in my hand was a frog, and I threw it up there and a great big one ate it, and I pulled it out of its mouth. But I'm going to be hitting that area again tomorrow, see what happens. But game plan, I think, is going to be the exact same as it was today. Just try and get a good limit of spots and then go try and find a big green one.
Well, that might have been the question we were asking ourselves. Corey catching them solid 2-pounders, but that seemed to be his ceiling out there today. Just has a little bit over 10. Would he actually change directions, go out there and try to maybe go shallow a little later? Now he gave us the answer there. He is considering that. See if he can catch a big largemouth.
Yeah, talking to him yesterday, that's what he did yesterday, and almost, you know, he would have given him the lead had he caught that 4-pounder. I'm sure some other people have the same story, a likely story, very similar to that, losing a big one, and they would have been a little higher in the standings. But be interested to see if he does, because it's hard to leave good solid fish. It's not like he's catching 1-pounders. I mean, he's catching a lot of 2.5s, and what he weighed yesterday, they were all caught like this, but he did lose a 4-pounder when he went shallow in the afternoon.
There's no managing fish, it seems, this week, Davey. We talked about the Wheeler Lake. How long does Cliff Prince keep catching these fish, and will they replenish? Here, you don't have a choice. If you're fishing offshore like that, unless you're first 5 or above average, you're going to have to go through them.
It's been a grind. They, a lot of fish are looking, not a lot of fish are eating. Pressure's getting to them pretty bad. But keep grinding.
That and the fact this time of year on this particular lake, all these fish, spotted bass and largemouth, they are swimming.
Oh, yeah.
They're not set up by a blowdown and 2 feet of water. They swim by that blowdown, but they're not setting up on.
They don't have a headquarters.
Right.
Just a little bit ago now, we talked about this amazing journey that Steve Kennedy made out of the top 10 down into the 20s and then back up based on the strength of this one. He caught up shallow.
Look at that.
Wow.
Yes, we did.
That's a lot of hooks.
It got a little hairy here, Tommy. He was going to scoop it, but a lot of treble hooks, hard to grab it.
That's a lot of
Said,
hooks.
you know what? It's hooked well. I got to try to boat flip. And I was very worried.
This is so typical Steve Kennedy right here. He fights them down till they're totally exhausted and then boat flips them after he puts his hand on them.
Look how close that. I mean, I did good. I did well.
So fun to watch. Here's the wolf pack up shallow, big spotted bass. You hear most of the people that Brian knew, Hunter.
2, 3,
look at there,
4,
look
5,
at there.
6.
Oh my Hunter Schrock talking about have a chance to catch a big largemouth. You certainly have a chance to catch a big spotted bass also. But put it in as a 310. And yes, they do eat. They're little small cousins.
Oh, yes. Yes.
You guys have been saying 310. He put it in as a 312.
Oh, okay. 312.
Put it as a 312, which is probably closer
I thought
to
it looked
true.
more like a 312.
Yeah. The difference is
2 ounces.
Steve's
Not much.
not putting it in. It's the cameraman. So
Top 7 now are within
What are they
1.5
doing?
pounds of
They're
the
sitting
lead.
like
Robert G has 4 fish.
Over
He's 2 pounds
there
back.
next to the trees. They're living on the trees, but they're getting up there to the bank, you know?
That's where those bluegill live.
This is, Davey, that is why this is has been a hero or zero bite. Because when you visualize these fish.
Oh, my gosh.
Got it.
Oh, we got it. Let's go.
Got him.
What a shot.
That is great.
Another one with him, too. Did you get any of that? You're the man.
Steve's going to play that
Holy
video
smokes.
over and over tonight, I guarantee you.
Part of what makes him so fun, too, I mean, this is a very crucial fish. This fish could mean winning the tournament for him or not.
Yes,
Potentially come Sunday afternoon, and he's wanting to make sure the cameraman got the footage. And it's not in the boat yet.
No, it's not.
I think we're going to try to drop him.
Oh, boy.
Whoa.
It is 110
He just
small.
flip a glide bait back in the lake.
Dude. Another 3-something.
Smallest one is a 110. That's going to put him where, Suits?
In the lead.
Doubt.
All right.
Wow. When's the last day Steve Kennedy possibly led an Elite Series
Wheeler?
event?
No, it wasn't Wheeler, was it?
That fish just spit up a couple ounces worth of weight.
No, I think when it landed, it just a bait.
yeah,
It was
it's
sitting there.
bait.
Yeah,
Oh, I
a
see.
bait, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that was.
Okay.
Baby Bass. Custom painted
That was
by
from
me.
that same school.
Custom painted by Steve
Give
Kennedy.
him a 3-4.
3 1/4.
Wow.
Wow. That's why I was saying it's hero or zero, Davey. It is addicting watching your bait come back to the boat, especially when the fish do this.
I mean, got the cast, the whole, not just the bite, but the cast, it lands. You get to look at this bait coming out of the shade. Those wolfpackers are up there cruising those shade lines. See the bite?
almost.
He missed it.
Yeah.
2 of them, they look just like sharks. They really do.
Oh.
Got her that time.
Man.
That's great. Great job.
God, I love spotted bass.
I heard
Sucks
you
to be
say
a
that
little,
earlier.
sucks to be a little
Spotted
spotted bass.
I
I'll
know
tell you
it does.
Yeah.
Gives him the second biggest bag of the day at 13.7. He's got 27.9 total.
Wow.
And the lead.
And this is the scary part. Get in the boat and what did it shoot? Look at that. Something went in the lake. I
Went
thought.
out. That was the other one he custom painted. It's a sinking model, too.
slow sinking.
Slow sinker.
Boom, boom, boom.
Oh my goodness. Dude, I've been struggling. I have been struggling. It's anyway, you get stuck in the same stuff and you're not keeping up. Ooh. Oh, I got him. Oh, there's a big one. Look at him. There's one bigger one. There's one bigger one under the tree there, but yeah, this one's not gonna help. But, see, they're talking about catching every fish in the mouth too. I haven't been paying attention, but when you're throwing a big bait and they're coming after it, it's hard to get them all in the mouth. And what happens is man, there was like 4 fish in that one tree. What happens is you'll get a hook in their mouth, and when they flop around, one of those other hooks will catch them in the side, and when I've actually seen them like hung up, bowed up, and then when they flex around, they'll bend the hook out, and you'll end up with the one in the side and not the one in the mouth. But I mean, there's like no question these fish are hitting the bait. But yeah, their claiming guys are snagging them with the forward facing. Well, we're gonna give them a chance to settle. I'm gonna pitch a jig or something in that tree, see if I can get that one. There's a 2.5, 3 pounder down in there. Need to put a waypoint.
What a bite. And the hard thing about it, Davey Hyde, is today 3 or 4 of his 5 fish could come off of wolf packers on a glide bait, and tomorrow not see a wolf pack, or they don't commit to the glide, and you are like, what was different? What changed?
Snag one with this.
Hard to duplicate.
It is, because there's, not to mention, there's swimmers. There's this time of year, they're just a bank that's so good to Steve Kennedy today that had multiple 3.5 to 4 pound spotted bass on, could go there tomorrow and not get a bite. Fish be long gone.
We've seen him catch 2 fish today bigger than his total at Wheeler last week. 99. He was mad that he finished dead last.
I was mad too. I put him on my fantasy team, and he was on camera.
You had somebody finish dead last on your fantasy team?
We're a week late and $1 short.
Steve Kennedy.
Fix to prove him wrong right here. Come on now.
Don't worry, though. Ronnie pledged to be faithful to Steve no matter what, so I'm sure he's on your fantasy team this week. Huh?
Yeah, faithful to never picking him again, just because hey, he's a great fisherman. I just don't know when to pick him. I picked him at Murray for the same reason he's thriving here at Smith, and he got 90th at Murray. So the last 2 has
you picked him when he was 90th and 99th.
90th and 99th. I'm telling you.
That's why you can't give up on him. You know he's going to turn it around.
I know.
After a couple good events in Florida, 28th and 29th. If he keeps these points, he'd end up in the 50s in the Angler of the Year race with the potential possibility of getting to the Classic.
Well, the problem was Such, he was 41st after St. John's. 4 events in the season where he's 41st right there at the Classic line. Gets 90th and 99th.
Fell to 80th.
And fell to 80th. Wow. Top 5 here kind of gets him back in, but you just can't. The 90th and 99th, that's just
it's hard to overcome.
He was watching Cody Huff's final day magnificent start and the biggest fish of the tournament from his campground. He was the one Cody was talking to when he caught that giant. That was Steve Kennedy sitting there on the bank watching.
Tell you another guy who's turning it around today. Biggest bag, Seth Feider, 13.8 from 85th to 21st. He was 83rd and 71st in points. He fell down with 85th to 83rd in points. Right now he's at 56, and he also has a shot.
Yeah,
that's the biggest bag of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, 13.8. I mean, so far.
Yeah,
which suits you. We're looking at the unofficial AOY as it changes day by day. But coming into the event, Seth Feider had moved from 90th to 83rd, and had gained plenty of points from his good finish at Wheeler. And then so now you're saying in the 50s, and he could be up there.
And Trey McKinney's fish showed up on Bass Trek. He's got 12 pounds. Ronnie said he had a 4-pounder earlier. He's got a limit now, 12 pounds.
Yes.
He's in the teens, so he will leave this event, get another big Happy Gilmore check with the AOY lead for sure.
Yeah. And since he doesn't have a marshal, I put in the 12 pounds. I was told 13, but that's from someone not in the boat, and they're watching from another boat, so I don't want to overdo it on that because we didn't get to see
spies everywhere.
Hey, we do, you know.
I still say watch out for Robert G. He's 8th with 4 fish.
Yeah, I saw that. He's got some headroom.
They're not playing nice. No, they're not committing to it at all. And these ones I don't think are terribly pressured, so they should be biting it.
Doesn't look like Corey's going to go to the bank.
It's one of those things that you have to spend more than just a few minutes and a few casts doing it. So it's one of those things.
Oh, you could get lucky, but it's not likely.
Yeah, you got to spend 2 hours of your day hoping to get one upgrade. So depending on what flight Corey is in, first flight's due back in an hour 40.
Right.
Well, Davey, with what you've seen and knowing what's coming with traffic and whatnot, which technique would you be?
So I really like, and that's why I was just thinking about Corey not going to the bank today. It really seems if somebody can do both or will do both a little each day and get lucky and actually catch a 310 spot or 312 spot or 4-pound largemouth, that would be the person I would put my chips in their corner. But those boat weights are going to affect the live sonar fishermen tomorrow and Sunday with the waves up and down.
You've seen where they're fishing. They're in the middle of the channel.
But not because Steve Kennedy just took the lead, but he's back in these pockets more and will be more protected from all of that. And he's fishing offshore some, and he's fishing throwing to the bank with this glide bait.
We heard some guys say you're gonna need a mix.
Yeah. It'll just be real interesting to see how rough it gets where like Corey and Alex Redwine and Security, those guys, are they on those main drags where those wakeboard boats get going? They're going to be like they're out on Lake Champlain.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, it's really going to hurt their. I mean, Corey he's trucking.
Yeah, he's
with his trolling motor
run.
going probably 3 and 4 miles an hour, looking. If you've got 2 to 4 footers, you're going to lose half of your time looking because your trolling motor transducer is going to be out of water.
We see our leaderboard now. Unofficially, Steve Kennedy on top there, Jay Shakurit, all the way down through Redwine, Ito, Johnston, Patrick G.
And Logan, but the big story today, of course, is down there in that 50 spot, and below that 50th spot, where you've got to land there or above today, we got at times 15 to 20 guys within one tiny keeper, the size of a tiny keeper of that spot right there.
And
so there's a lot to be decided before this day is over.
There will be at least 15 to 20 that don't have a marshal that we will account for as well.
They'll go right into that bunch as well. What we have seen here today, I can't wait to get back and show you some more. We are moving on here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, the TNT Fireworks. Bassmaster Elite, Lewis Smith Lake here in Cullman, Alabama. Our live coverage is sponsored by TH Marine, the folks who give us the weather. And the weather looks pretty nice out there today. Not exceptionally hot, might get a little hotter through the weekend, but looking good right now. Most of these guys would like a little more breeze, and Steve Kennedy likes it just the way it is. He has launched himself from down in the 20s all the way to the top of the leaderboard today. He landed in a special place and took full advantage of it up near the bank, Davey Hyde.
It sure has been fun to watch Steve Kennedy. It's always fun to watch Steve Kennedy when he's fishing a big glide bait or a big swim jig, or, gosh, let's look back at some of the Steve Kennedy's 3 wins, starting in 07, Clear Lake in California. Speaking of big glide bait, big swim
bait,
baits.
That was a big coming out party for big baits there.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. God, what a tournament there. That was, what was that winning weight? It was
122
insane.
pounds.
Oh, it was 120 what?
122.
122 pounds, yeah.
Which was then the record.
Yep.
For 4 days of fishing.
The record for sales on swim baits.
Yeah, I was in that tournament. I did not catch 122 pounds. I can promise you that. 2011, I was in this tournament too. Grange, Georgia. West Point. Steve Kennedy's, I guess, home stomping grounds, home turf for sure.
Yep.
Fished there a lot. His dad fished there a lot growing up, 2011. Much tougher tournament. It didn't take 122 to win there. Hey, I was in the studio here with you, Tommy. Remember this one?
Oh, that's right. The Dardanelle, Arkansas, in a little place that you could get to about, maybe 3 weeks out of the year. Yeah. Steve Kennedy found it up there on the Arkansas River.
He did. Caught that big one lake, swimming a jig in those willows. A little shad spawn still going on there. All 3 events, swimming a jig or swim bait, power fishing, certainly what he loves to do, but he was having some fun. Today, using the forward facing and a small bait, so he loves to just fish. It doesn't always have to be power fishing, but.
Our map here showing a representation of all catches today. Day number 2, the TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite Series. A long and winding course of this amazing lake here, Smith Lake. No place quite like it. First time ever for the Bassmaster Elite Series to land on this place. Very impressive. Good distribution. 98 anglers across that water there.
It really is. A few more in the lower end around the takeoff, but not 100%.
No.
Spread out. Much better than I thought it would be.
Guys, as we bring it into the Marathon Bassmaster Studios, wanted to bring it to the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge and show you something we talked about a little bit yesterday, but now we're getting a little more pieces to the puzzle. We saw some guys yesterday like Shane LeHue fishing in the 20-foot range off brush piles, maybe a little bit deeper. We've seen Jay Shakira and them fishing over even deeper water for the nomadic, or as we call it, the homeless fish, the fish that don't have a place to go, they just swim around. Well, I wanted to show you on Lake Master Mapping, not an exact spot of where Corey Johnston's fishing, but a generality of how many different styles of offshore fishing for these spotted bass can be present in just a small snapshot of Smith Lake. So when we look at our Lake Master mapping, you can see the different colors. Red is going to be the 0 to 10 feet. You've got there's gray that's in between. Then you've got green, yellow, light blue, and then the dark blue is obviously the deepest, which is 70 feet and deeper. So places like this for Corey Johnston, all of these different circles that I'm doing are the mouths of some of these feeder pockets or in between 2 submerged points where it might dump off into that 70 to 100 foot range. But then as I clear this, you can have somebody like Shane LeHue fishing within eyesight of him that's in the green territory, the 20 to 25 feet off of brush piles, off of those extended points. And at the same time, if I clear that, you can have somebody like Steve Kennedy fishing for wolfpackers in a tight, narrow pocket within eyesight of all of those anglers. So there's multiple ways that you can break down how you want to approach Smith Lake. But when you think about all the different jut outs that you can do, I'm going to try to mark all of these arms that kind of stick out into that 30 to 25 to 35 foot range where a lot of these fish can be found. You can find a dozen, if not more, places on a small portion of the map that could fit your style of fishing. So these guys aren't necessarily running from one end of the lake to the other. Once they find a spot or a region, you can kind of bounce around a little bit and play it a little smarter. Maybe some of your schools that were huge earlier in the week are broken up, and they kind of have picked different parts of those points to be on.
It's ironic how many giant lakes we go to that fish so small, and this is the smallest lake we fish all year, and it fishes big.
It really does. It really has. And you understand that when we've been here. Normally, earlier in the year, a lot of those fish are still spawning or immediate post spawn and still up around a bank. But this particular event, I thought it would fish small, and it has not. A lot of the anglers I talked to before tournament started, it was like, this, 70 guys are going to be on the lower third of this small lake, and it's not worked out that way.
Not the deal.
Now the eastern end is more populated with houses and docks. You think tomorrow we'll see people go a little bit further, have a plan that, okay, I'm going to get my fish I can out of there when there's no traffic, and maybe head out a little further west?
Well, especially on a lake this small, a lot of times, just because it's a populated area, a lot of those people will say, I'm going to go to the calmer end of the lake where we can wakeboard and won't be so rough, so they might spread out.
Oh, those people.
Yeah, those people.
Those folks don't like traffic any more than fishermen do in many cases. Some of them have to be in the mob, but not everybody.
Jet skis require an audience. Most of the skiers and wakeboarders, they want calm waters. They want things to themselves. Jet skis are no fun if you don't have other people looking at you and oftentimes cussing you.
I was digging into this lake, looking around. The Sipsey Park on the far west end is land of 1,000 waterfalls, so I figured it'd be some neat rocky, scenic, hilly area here, and it is. Spread out like that with all these fingers and creeks coming in.
Reminds you a little bit of Beaver Lake.
Okay, we're gonna move.
In North Arkansas.
It really does.
Yeah.
It really does. Corey's trapping them down.
Maybe that movie he was referring to.
Run straight to where Steve Kennedy is to start.
Hey.
They were biting 30 minutes ago.
Not yet.
John Garrett just jumped in our top 10 at 8th, knocking Wes Logan. Just got a decent bag at 13-3. He was up from 45th.
Brandon Lester in there now, too.
Lester's in 10th, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Alex Redwine.
He's made a move. He's been out on the main lake. He's in one of those arms now.
If this is a bass, this is the one. Please be a bass.
It's in 4th place.
It's not giant, but
it is a bass.
We need it. I'm gonna swing it, I think. I thought it was a little bit bigger. I really did. I just got excited. I thought it was a lot bigger. I really did. I gotta get off this.
The small of 2-0, two of them. You needed about a 3 3/4 to get right where Kennedy is.
Just made like a 20-minute run. It's gonna call by like an ounce, but just made like a 20-minute run just to fish this point. But we got a small upgrade just by like I said, just by like an ounce or so. I gotta lock him into the bubba. I thought it was a lot bigger. I got pretty excited.
Alex, checking that one out, see if it'll help. Corey.
I think it will a little bit, and boy, the ounces are gold here.
Yeah.
Especially with the weight he's got. You know, you
worth the time you spend checking for sure.
Yeah.
See if Corey Johnston is making a location move or sort of a game plan move here.
I'd like to see him fish for large, not for largemouth. Steve Kennedy certainly has proven that.
Yeah, it doesn't
but I'd
have
like
to
to see
be.
him throw to the bank a little bit in hopes of catching a 312 largemouth or spotted bass.
Justin Hamner has really been far slower than he expected today.
That's the biggest surprise of the day for
Really,
me.
me too.
As positive as he was going into this event and disappointed about 14 pounds yesterday, I'm like, ooh. Could see big things out of him today, and it's been, and then first bite, first thing this morning.
Yeah, that was strong.
Solid 3-pound spotted bass, and it has been downhill since then.
That's right.
Got him a portable fan up front.
I see that.
I would like to catch a bigger size bass than I have been doing all day.
That is, that's Brian New singing the.
Oh, is it?
One of the famous oldies there.
Who wants to see Brian New catch a bigger bass?
Okay.
Davey Hyde raised his hand.
I do.
Tommy did, and I did as well.
Yeah, we got three
Brian
hands in
I
the studio
do.
anyway.
Said this morning he just wanted to make a check. I know that probably wasn't quite the truth. He certainly would want to do better than that, but it does look like he has accomplished that.
Yeah.
If he gets that
Looking good for that.
back to the scales and it has 24 pounds, I feel comfortable that is going to be well within the 50 cut. Unofficially in 12th place right now.
Davey, once that weigh-in started rolling yesterday, I was a little surprised with some of the top-end weights. I mean, you didn't see it on Bass Track, then had all those 11-pound, limits coming in, and way down to 50th.
Yeah.
But Hunter Shrike's 15-15. I was kind of stunned at that.
But we talked about it, and I know Ronnie was giving you a hard time yesterday about, is it going to be 11 pounds? Like it wasn't going to get there, but honestly.
Looked like it on Bass Track early.
Yeah, but those guys were calling 2 1/4s twos. And,
right, you said that. That's exactly.
2 6s twos.
And we had our missing scores as well.
Yeah, and you've got to, I mean, when you got 20 people missing, half of those, it's just simple odds. Half of those are going to be in your top 50, so you got to add that, the weight's going to go up simply because of that.
You're just guessing till they report.
I lowballed the ties. I said there'd be 10. There was 21 different ties, 54 guys right at the cut. There's 4 guys at 11 pounds, 6 ounces, and then right under it, Patrick Walters leads 3 guys with 11.5.
Wow.
Knowing all well that Patrick Walters says he has 11.5, he's got 12 and a half.
Yeah.
You got to calculate that in there too. I don't know how you do that.
We're more certain about that than we are about a lot of weights.
Very true.
Right now it says Walters has 2 for 2 pounds even, 2 1-0s.
Yeah. We're certain that's not the case.
Well, we are in the boat all day with 6 anglers. This is our custom on day number 2 of these tournaments. And here's all the rest of our anglers and how they are situated on Smith Lake here. All 98 of them, and 48 of them will be headed home at the end of the day. Well into the second half of the day here. TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite at Smith Lake in Alabama. Take a look at your top 10 there. This is unofficial. But Steve Kennedy, what a story that has emerged over the last couple of hours. Steve Kennedy trying to recover from back-to-back 90s finishes on Bassmaster Elite Series, the 2 of them leading up to this one, and putting on a show for us. Had fallen out of the top 10, down into the mid-20s, and has worked his way on the strength of 2 3+ Bass, 1 3 12. All the way to the top of the leaderboard. So he heads our top 10 if we were to end right now. Those are the ones we'd be in the boat with all day tomorrow. So we always keep our eyes on that list as well, but that's undoubtedly going to change some way or another.
Couple rookies in there. Robert G.
3 rookies, right? Did we not have 3 rookies?
Robert G just got his 5th fish, moved up to 4th place.
And now we look, speaking of rookies, at our Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year. Of course, Trey McKinney, who leads every points. Both points categories, is going to be the leader in rookie, but John Garrett, a lot of help from his win down at the Harris Chain earlier. Wesley Gore from right here in Alabama. JT Tompkins, our qualifier, our champion qualifier, you could say, from last year for the Elite Series.
Look at the points there. 7th, Robert G.
Yeah.
Might be slacking in Rookie of the Year. He's 17th in Angler of the Year, and he's 7th in Rookie of the Year. That shows you how they're all tight. And sorry to all the rookies and Angler of the Year competitors. Trey McKinney probably has about 13.5 pounds now. It'll probably put him up in the 25 and change range, which means he may be one of our 10 tomorrow on camera, which does not bode well for them making up points.
Yeah. Our rookies in the top 10 are Garrett, Patrick, and Robert G, as it stands right now.
Milliken climbed inside Classic qualification yesterday, so all 9 of the EQ guys. Timothy Doobie's the only rookie outside of our top 40.
Wow.
And if he had a really good day today.
What number you're calling for Classic qualification, Susan?
40th.
40th, okay.
All 9. That's impressive.
Milliken is inside of like in the low 30s now. He improved. See what he does today. He may fall out.
Yeah, big swing for Justin and Trey today. You know, Justin, like he made a little ground yesterday, and might make some more today, but it is turned around today.
Yeah.
A slow day for Justin Hamner, and Trey having another good day.
It'll be one of those things where maybe Cody Huff becomes the closest pursuer for this northern swing, and not doubting Justin Hamner, but with Cody staying at the top of the leaderboard today, gaining a couple points actually. We actually have our top 2 guys, our Rookie of the Year prior winners, Steve Kennedy and Jay Shakurit, Rookie of the Year winners.
Oh.
In their Bassmaster resumes as well. And I will say, our rookie class is fantastic, one of the best we've ever had. They weren't severely tested with smallmouth last year. They had one northern event, the St. Lawrence, river only out of Waddington.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying just a slam dunk. So when you're saying Ben Milliken moves into the classic cut line, that's fantastic. You always want to be in there, but it's not just a shoe-in when we go up north for 2 in a row. 8 days of competition on smallmouth when they only had to deal with 3 maximum last year.
Yeah.
That's kind of it's a toss-up for some of them maybe.
Different story for the hopefuls for 25 this year. They're going up for 3 different tournaments that are going to include smallmouth.
Yeah, Great Lakes and lakes
Minnesota.
like that, and then reservoir type, lakes, natural lakes.
I wouldn't look for a big fall off though, even though they don't have a lot of smallmouth. They're obviously very good with the live sonar, the forward facing, and that will absolutely be a player.
Sure.
So it'll transition well for them.
Yes.
Corey Johnson made a move, but he's still out Deeper environment there.
He must be a little later flight because I'm gonna go out on a limb and bet that he is going to fish for largemouth a little bit. Certainly could be wrong. It's just a gut feeling I've got.
I think he may have been assimilated.
Got to be on his mind that he did it a little bit yesterday and lost a 4-pounder.
2:30 for him, so he's second flight. Boat 41 today.
Okay.
Hour and 30 minutes till check-in.
Terrible guess. And that's one.
Boy, at this point, Hunter Shrike has 3 fish. He's fallen to 38th place from the lead. He needs to just fill that limit and survive to tomorrow.
He was our leader to start the day today. Hunter Shrike with almost 16 pounds.
Needed 1 hour doing what he was doing. He said that would be good, and it happened in the first 3 hour, but it has not happened since the 9 o'clock.
Just completely petered out. That's hurt.
Oh.
That's hurt. Don't go in a tree. Don't go in a tree. Oh my gosh, big spots. There's a group of them. Oh my gosh, yes! I freaking love this. I love it. I'm gonna step on your bag. She's so good, I think. She's so good. Okay. Oh, come on. Come on.
Oh.
Take a hook in the arm for you, baby. Hey, guys. Back in it. Berkeley Chapo. God, it ain't that big, but there was another one with him. Long time without bites. We were just...
Oh, what a jump.
Scary jump.
Yeah, we've seen a few get off on jumps just like that.
Exactly like that.
Had that one
That's
both
a pretty
hooks.
good one right there.
Yeah, solid. If we get his audio just before that bite, did his mood change? He was like,
"Oh my God,
this is just freaking petered out."
Petered out.
I love this.
That's hurt. No, it ain't.
Wow.
Be a keeper. I don't think he is. Dang it.
It's a little short, I'm afraid.
No, that'll be
4 and 5.
I don't
close.
think he is.
You got to measure it.
Yeah, I think so too. It's measured anyway.
It is close.
Be 15. Come on. Get long. Oh, we're going. No. Oh. Yeah, he touched with his mouth closed.
Turn the board over.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that.
Right there.
Turn the board around.
That's it. That's easy 15. Yeah. For real, dude. Let's go. I mean, we know he's the smallest.
Number 4, number 5, just that quick.
Bam.
How about that?
Hadn't had a bite since about 9:20, or hadn't had a
That's
keeper
right.
bite.
That's right.
That would have been a bass.
Gets him 8 pounds for the day. He's up to 18th place.
That's really amazing. You go 4 hours without a keeper biting, and then you catch number 4, number 5 in 5 minutes or less.
The last one went in as a 1-pounder.
Yeah, so we went
A little more
rogue.
than that is 15-inch fish.
we went off way up a place and just trying to generate bites. You know, we ended up catching us a limit, and it's been one of those days. It's tougher, but you know, you turn the corner and it could happen. We literally just watched a 4 to 4.5 pound spot come all the way up and just hit the bait, everything, and I never got any hooks in it. And it's like that one fish moves us so many positions. But that's the type of stuff that we're around. And it's, you know, we're gonna have to run back to check in here soon, but we definitely salvaged today. Good thing is we are not out of it, because I think we can go catch us. We could catch 15 pounds again tomorrow, and then you throw your name in the hat. So we're just gonna keep grinding. Hopefully we get one more bite before we check in, because ounces mean so much, and we got a bunch of cookie cutters for like 9 pounds. So, you know, a pound in this event is so critical, and yeah. It's tough, but I feel like if I'm gonna do really well in this tournament, this is how it's gonna be. So we'll see y'all at check-in.
2 keepers, bang, bang. That first one, the big one went in as 2. That might have been a little light for that one.
I think the 2 for that spotted bass and 1 even for a 15-inch largemouth, they're both
Also
light.
light. Yeah.
When I talked to him yesterday, he said, you know, it looks better on paper than it really was. And today he doesn't have what he had yesterday, obviously, but when you come in, well, he's got a limit. You just didn't get him big ones. You didn't realize he went 4 hours without a bite and then caught number 4, number 5. And how many casts in between those bites? His 3rd keeper and his 4th keeper. Steve Kennedy's day also.
Yeah.
He had about 15 minutes there where his whole day changed with those 2 big spotted bass.
Yes. Put him in the lead.
A little one. Oh, that's fun to watch.
Corey hooked up.
Not that bad. I don't feel help or not. I don't think he'll help. He ain't gonna help.
That's not gonna help Corey. He's saying he's only got 10, 12, but he's got a limit of 2.5 pounders.
Clones of each other almost.
Yeah. And he hasn't upgraded in a long time. Go to the bank.
It's fun to watch this bank fishing here because that clarity of that water, you get to see so many
It
great
really
bites and chasers and followers and whatnot.
Beautiful.
Yeah, those 2 catches for Steve Kennedy there, that's awesome stuff right there. The
Really?
bite and those
Yeah,
other
that's-
fish chasing.
Those shots go in the scrapbook for sure. Bassmaster Live.
Justin's hooked up.
Come here, girl.
Henry's got a 1-3 and 3 that go 1-5.
Not that big. Give up. Come here. My goodness. I mean, a 2-pounder. Jeez, he was fighting hard. Definitely helps though. That one, I've been worried about it all day. Like barely measured. Where you at, number 4? Oh, come back.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it was 4 or 5.
Yeah, that helped him 12 ounces or so.
Yes, sure did.
See McKinney, Trey McKinney got in our top 10.
Oh.
I think Ronnie must have updated his bass track with 13.4 today. He was in 8th or 9th place, and he will be increasing his AOI lead.
Steve Kennedy on top. Jay Shakurat, Cody Huff, Robert G. up top 4. A rookie Robert G. in there. Alex Redwine, been in the boat with him all day. Solid day for him. Managed to stay in that top 5 all day, and that's hard to do. Ito Johnston, Patrick McKinney, and Garrett rounding out our top 10. Quick here. TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite at Smith Lake here in Alabama. Only 21,000 acres. I guess the smallest body of water we will fish all year long here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And we have anglers all over this body of water, which is fishing quite big. I mean, they're using the full length of Smith Lake today, and Steve Kennedy making the best use of it over the first almost 2 complete days. We got an hour's worth of fishing time remaining for our anglers out there, and the story of Steve Kennedy is a great one today, coming off 2 finishes in the 90s before we hit this tournament here with the Bassmaster Elite Series tournament. And wow, he's gone up to the top here and looking really good to be in the top 10 when we go to Saturday. But first, we got to get today out of the way, Friday, when we got to identify our top 5 anglers. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon, here with Davey and Ronnie and Such and the Kennedy. Man, what a show he put on there. That was fun watching those 2 catches there.
It's always fun watching Steve Kennedy. I mean, it really is, but those 2 catches, those big spotted bass that he caught on that glide bait, you could see the fish come at the bait, and then you saw the other fish just as big coming to get it. It really is good stuff. Like you said, you kind of put those over the side in the memories and go back to them every once in a while because it's just great footage.
Still, it's kind of, go ahead, Ronnie.
I was just going to add, like, it is textbook Steve Kennedy the last 3 weeks. 90th. And then top of the leaderboard. He has always been a killer for winning tournaments, but not necessarily being in the Angler of the Year race consistency-wise. So deadly. Respect his skills, no doubt, but he's always been that day-by-day hero or zero, and we're seeing it play out almost within lakes within 50 miles of each other.
Unbelievable. And the thing that surprises, I think, all of us the most is Justin Habner not doing so well on this day. Justin, I don't think we've expressed not just the classic win, but what a great last part of last season. 9 events. If you throw out St. John's, he's had 9 events in a row, 26th place or better. Yeah. That is just phenomenal stuff.
And when the schedule came out, this is the place he said, I can't wait for that one. I fished there a lot. It's great. I'm looking forward to it. To see him stumble a little bit today is very, very surprising.
And the other 98 Elite Series pros had Smith Lake circled on their schedule as well, Davey. It was just for a negative reason. They were worried about this one. They weren't excited for it. So to see Justin do that, maybe tomorrow is his big jump.
Those Steve Kennedy catches were tailor-made for TV. I can tell you that right now. I want you to watch this.
Look at all of them.
Yeah, so you see that's a 312, and there's 3 of them that look about the same size trying to get the bait.
Oh, that's a lot of hooks.
Now, if you're just joining us, 3 pounds. Spotted bass is gold here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a difference maker for sure. And Davey, we're seeing guys offshore cull by ounces, and they're looking for a 260, which is like a 210, or they're looking for a 280. One cast, 310.
I mean, I did good. I did well.
Call that 310. And this one is just as good.
20 minutes later.
Yep.
I think we're going to try
Not
to
quite as big, but over 3 pounds.
Look at it, it's perfect. Double barrel. Give me that other one. Give me that other one.
And his glide bait, hand painted by him to look like a spotted bass.
I mean, it's always special, to have a chance to hold a blue trophy over your head, but if he won it on a bait that he painted leading into a tournament, still keeping a positive attitude after having 2, a 90th and a 99th place finish, it would be extra special.
He is our marathon peak performance today. I don't think there's any question about that. Going so far down into the 20s, from out of the top 10 and then back all the way, not just into the top 10, but up to the top of the leaderboard. 2 fish early and then a long drought and then those 3. Man, oh man.
You're starting to see the difference, a little bit of mixing in a shallow aspect to your game and a deep. We saw him messing with his electronics, catching some fish this morning.
Yep.
When you see someone like Jay Shakurit have 13 3/4 yesterday and have 13 1/4 today, maybe a little bit more because it's bass track, 2 13-pound days are great, but with Steve having in the 14s yesterday and maybe the 14s again today, just that extra pound could be shallow, driven.
Keeping our eyes on Kennedy. Also been watching Corey Johnston all day today. All day he has been out in the deep water, fishing over at sometimes 100 feet of water for suspended bass, and doing it well as he's proven himself in that department many times over through his career.
Maybe Corey's about to do it now, but we haven't seen I guess the one that Justin caught this morning, but a 3.5-pound spot offshore like this, been few and far between, if any.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a giant. I think it's a big one. Look big. No, he's not as long.
I think it'll still help him, though.
I don't even know if he'll help. How long that thing is.
I think he's going to help.
Nice. Definitely helps. Make sure.
He's got 2 smaller than that one he just caught.
I don't think he's. Yeah, they are. Hunter, you idiot! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, Hunter!
So, a little wolf pack. And missed him. Maybe they'll give him another
3-pounder, bro. Ate it. She had it. She had it. I don't know where they went. I don't know how they didn't eat the bait, though. I threw a topwater right over their head. Oh my gosh. That's the deal, dude. The freaking rotation is completely backwards. All I saw was a largemouth, black. I could see it from back there, and I'm like, oh dang. And then as I got closer, it was, I don't know if it was a spot or a largemouth, but it was white. up even further. I pitch it up onto the bank. Dude, she runs straight up and smokes it. Let's go check one more pocket. Nah, I don't, well, yeah. We'll try to hit one more. I'll fire down that stretch.
Just talking about Justin Hamner being one of the few that was real positive about coming here. And you hear all the talk about all the locals. Nobody fishes here in the daytime this time of year. Fishing's great.
Yeah.
And we've joked about it. There's a few boaters, recreational boaters out there, but not many at all. No. You know, it's Friday. It's not Saturday, but I'm sure it'll increase. But
we said the same thing last week at Wheeler. We didn't see many. Maybe they all went to Smith last week, and then now they're all at Wheeler.
No, they don't fish here this time of year.
They all at Wheeler.
Oh, you're talking about the recreational boaters? Yeah.
Oh, me.
Yes. It might kind of be just a fishermen. They love to tell tall tales.
Yeah, society.
Oh, I
man.
thought that was just a myth that they were like tell tall tales.
It's not raining here,
like
but it's raining somewhere, and it might be raining here at some point soon. That's exactly what that is.
I think you're onto it, Ronnie. They're saying let's not go to Smith this week. It'll be covered up with fishermen. We'll go to Wheeler.
I mean, look in front of Coy right there.
Nothing.
We're just gonna be pushed.
Start the timer. We'll see how long until we see somebody blow by.
Why would you never fish in the daytime in June on this lake? They are catching the fire out of it.
On cue.
Now, did I go right back to Smith Lake after I fished that tournament where it took, I think I caught 4 fish in 2 days and I finished about 30th or something? I didn't hurry right back there then, but this is a much better lake right now.
Yeah, this is way better than what we saw. I saw looking at those old shows last week.
Yeah. And you know, the technology, we talked about this a little bit earlier, Ronnie. You know, the technology is better, but it's better everywhere. And the locals, it's not like only the elite guys have this technology.
Oh, no.
There's diehard, I've got good friends that live in Cullman and around that area. They've got all the latest and greatest of everything, a lot of them.
Yeah.
So
just a heads up to the world, we've had this technology since 2016. I mean,
it's gotten a lot better now.
It has gotten a lot better, but the capabilities. So people at Hartwell, Lanier, Smith, places where it's highly effective, got it then, tried it, saw its effectiveness, and have just gone with it as it's changed and grown. But it is highly used on lakes like this. Like, that's no doubt about it.
I think it's the food. I think it's the food.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean,
Blueback herring, love them or hate them.
the
They do.
3-pound 4-ouncer here that's solid gold. You look at those old tournaments for 20 years ago, the 2-pound 4-ouncer was solid gold back then.
Lanier, and we say this lake is similar to Lanier,
Very
even
close.
more mountainous than Lanier, but Lanier, gosh, I remember early in my career.
Exploding now.
5 for 7, 5 for 8,
Yeah,
and you were
yeah.
where you needed to be. You
Right.
wouldn't win with that, but you're going to make a solid check. You'd win if you got up to 10 or 11 pounds a day.
And
You catch a lot of them, but
Yeah,
they
but
wouldn't be
literally they were
wouldn't be
12
big.
ounces,
Yeah.
1-pounders.
And the thing with the technology now, I feel, is it has debunked so many myths. We've seen that on other lakes. Oh man, they actually don't do that when they get off the bank. They're not just suspending to not eat. They'll eat easy out there. We just now know that and can see it. And so places like this, where most of the water is off the bank and it's deeper, you just think, I'm just waiting for them to school. I don't know when they're going to come up. And now you know where they go and what they do.
Yeah,
man, why wait for the bait ball to get pushed to the surface when they're going to do that down there too?
But then the counter to that is, this is when these fish have never been harassed and never been caught and never been taken out of here and all that sort of thing. Who knows? I think only time can really tell that.
Well, states have already started regulating it or lowering their fish limits. The Mississippi just did a 3-year study and knocked down the amount of crappie you can
Yeah, no bass regulations have.
Right, not yet, no bass.
No. Yeah.
But no studies.
Well, Gene said that they haven't been conclusive studies, at least. Like, there haven't been.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
you've got to finish a study before it can really be a
catfish and crappie are the ones that people are more so lowering creel limits on.
Yeah,
for
Well,
sure.
because people take crappie to eat.
Yeah.
And some
100%,
people take more than they should.
And they're going to keep their limit almost everyone that goes
for
crappie
sure.
fishing.
Rightfully so. And it's a whole lot easier
Crappie
to
fishing.
regulate how many fish they have in a cooler or in your live well than it is to regulate if you possibly have the technology on any and every boat if you were to try to ban it in a state. You know?
I want to make mention of another aspect, another dimension of the Bassmaster tournament trail offerings here, and that is kayak. Yamaha Rightwater's Bassmaster Kayak Series is going strong, gaining momentum with each passing year. Had some great tournaments this year, caught a bunch of big ones at Guntersville. We got one coming up from the Susquehanna River. I believe that's next month, around the 26th or so. On the northeast there to decide who's the best in that part of the country. And there's a whole industry that's sprung up around kayak bass fishing. I mean, they make all these things products specific for kayak fishing. Check out the code and get involved with it. The Bassmaster, the Kayak Series. We're back, final hour of fishing for our first flighters and actually our second flighters as well as we roll up on 30 minutes until check-in time for flight number 1, and that's when the weigh-in starts as well. That is our unofficial leaderboard. Steve Kennedy still on top. Jay Shakurik has spent time atop the leaderboard like Cody Huff during the course of this day. The rookie Robert G. Alex Redwine having a great tournament. Corey Johnston, Taku Ito has moved up into the top 10, as has Kyle Patrick, JT Tompkins, and Trey McKinney. There he is. Quite a top 10, quite a formidable top 10. And we have seen some good stuff out there. We are going to give you a look at it. If you've missed it, here's your chance to see it all on our Bassmaster Midday Report. And let's start with the winner of the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic, Justin Hamner, who has had a fantastic year and a half, just a phenomenal year and a half with the Bassmaster.
He really has, and very excited. Probably the most excited angler I know that I talked to about going to Smith Lake in late June. He said it's loaded with big spotted bass, and I'm going to catch him, and he did just that. Yesterday had 14 pounds, 1 ounce. This morning started with that chub of a spotted bass there. I mean, just a great start for him, but boy, it has been slow for him the rest of the day. It's been difficult for him to even get his limit. He's got about 9 pounds or so now, I think it is, Suits. A total of 23.4 for the day, but Justin Hamner gonna have a solid finish, but he's gonna have to make up some ground tomorrow to make that top 10.
Hunter Shryock. Big day yesterday. First place to start this day and doing a lot of his work very close to the bank, shallow water.
Hunter had 15-15 yesterday, a little bigger than we were hoping there would be a 15-pound limit weighed in, and he was all over the 16 pound, but talking to him yesterday, and when we heard him this morning also, I know I'm playing with fire fishing on the bank, but I went offshore yesterday for a couple hours, didn't catch anything. The offshore fish that I had found in practice were gone, so I went back to the bank, was able to catch a couple, and I have a chance to catch that 4-pound largemouth fish in the bank. And this morning he started out, he said, if I can catch 1 an hour, I'll be just fine with that. And he did. The first 3 hours he had 3 fish, and then he went about 4 hours until he caught these 2 back-to-back, gave him number 4 and number 5. So he has salvaged his day, and like Justin Hamner, will have to do better tomorrow to squeak in that top 10.
Brian New made our top 10 yesterday. He was in our top 6. The big day for after a kind of a frustrating season when it went beyond the first event.
Yeah, didn't expect to see Brian New go this long without making a check after the first event of the year. He's been close a couple times, but just not what we come to expect from Brian New. I mean, when you win your first Bassmaster Elite tournament ever, I mean, you get high expectations. And Brian, a great fisherman, and he'll be back. He'll be just fine and having a better tournament today. For some reason, he likes to fish the bank. I don't blame him a whole lot there, but then a little later in the day today, once he did move offshore, I think this is the last one he caught there was a keeper on the shoreline. He went out and started using his
man
forward
card,
facing.
and then culled up.
Turned in his man card and culled up.
Corey Johnson staying out there deep all day so far. And doing it very efficiently, as always.
Sure is. Corey in second place after yesterday with 14-12. Said I've got 4 or 5 places offshore that I can catch them pretty good, and then I'll probably go to the bank because I had a chance today to have 16 or 17 pounds. I lost a 4-pounder when I went to the bank. We haven't seen him do that, but he did make a move about 20 or 30 minutes ago to one of his 4 or 5 places offshore, and he did upgrade. So
you think maybe he could be pressuring his offshore stuff hard today, knowing the weekend it might be a little more difficult, and then he makes his change? We'll see how he balances that.
We'll see, but he loves, I talked about this earlier, he loves to do what he's doing out there. Someone like a Brian New does not like to be offshore using that forward facing much. Corey Johnson feels right at home and he enjoys doing it.
Alex Redwine currently in 4th place. Started his day. He has caught the 5 fish in his live well. He has caught basically on the hour, every hour, leading up till about 1 o'clock.
Yeah, up until just about an hour or so, I think he was way ahead of any of the anglers we have cameras with today on the numbers of fish he's been able to catch. Yeah. He's exclusively fishing offshore, fishing around his roommate, Jason Currett, a fair amount. And we'll see if that comes back to bite him a little bit. This is a small lake. It's fishing big, but it's still only 21,000 acres. And 2 anglers share the same area for 2, 3, possibly 4 days in a row. We'll see if that comes back to bite him or not.
And hearing that Bob Downey from Kyle Jesse on site during our midday hour, that Bob Downey was also in that region. Bob and Jay have been friends. Notoriously, they shared spots on Lay Lake. Remember last year, Tom, when we saw them boat to boat doing that sharing?
Absolutely.
So if it's now Three's company and all 3 are on live tomorrow, it would be difficult.
It will be something to watch for sure. Something to watch today has been Steve Kennedy and his story. What an interesting one, coming off 2 really bad finishes in the past 2 elite events and looking to get a little back, and he got some today.
Steve Kennedy having fun with a spinning rod in his hand, using a secret jig head minnow plastic bait there that he just found out about. I think has been out for how many years now?
His
3?
buddy
4?
Matt Herron clued him in on it.
Oh, well, we love to have fun with Steve Kennedy, and he was having fun doing that early, but then, boy, this is what we really like. Steve Kennedy using a big glide bait. Look at this shot right here.
Oh,
got a 312 on, and there is a pack of Magnum spotted bass trying to get that bait out of his mouth.
That's a lot of hooks.
As a shallow water angler, one who's not getting many bites, this is what you fish 8 hours of your day for, is to get this bite and then hopefully execute. And he did.
Yeah, he absolutely did. There's the bait that he hand painted. It's preparation for this tournament.
He said it was a G-Rat Sneaky Pete, Tommy. Sneaky Pete.
Sneaky Pete. I was asking about who made that lure.
So about 5 minutes after that first one, here we go again. Wow. Another Magnum spot. Steve Kennedy in about 10 minutes there went from having a good tournament to leading this tournament.
That was still just a replay, Davey, of
I got it.
Oh, okay.
the first one. This is another wolf pack.
Second 3-pounder, yeah.
There was multiple with this one as well. I think at least 2.
Cool. Oh,
Yeah, that's the one where he kicked the other bait out.
double back. Give me that other one. Give me that other one.
It's always fun to watch Steve Kennedy fish, but with the big swim baits, those big glide baits, you can tell he just loves to do that. He loves to do that. He's fun to watch.
Cal Patrick from 12th to 5th place, giving us 5 rookies in our top 10 currently.
Wow.
What the heck?
There's 5 of them in our top 15 in AOI. These rookies are showing out, especially on.
Are you kidding me?
Oh.
That's a road too.
I'm getting tweets and messages now from people who think that maybe I have the curse on Steve Kennedy and that they're thankful I didn't pick him this week. But they said if Kennedy wins this deal at next Bassmaster Classic, they're going to hunt me down and pants me. So I said I'm going to have to just tighten the belt another notch because it looks like he's halfway to being able to do it. It's a long tournament left, but
yeah.
I don't know if you'll protect me if any fans come up and try to do that, Davey.
I can protect you by simply stating this. Tell them, text them back that it's nothing personal. You dislike, and you will curse anyone that makes you look silly on your picks for fantasy or Drain the Lake. And he has done that. I mean, and you will forever hold that against him.
If we're talking about,
but you picked him. He didn't tell you to pick him.
Oh, I just know what he's capable of. You know, if we're talking about the king of fantasy fishing, kings in other cultures would do far worse than shun somebody if they let them down or disappointed the king. So we'll just say shunning in fantasy.
For the record, you are not a king in any country, right? Other countries or this country.
That would be the fantasy.
Just this one.
Yes.
Just this one little
And you can leave the
bitty
fishing
spot.
out of it.
Yeah.
Not saying that I am either. I'm saying.
Hey, no, I understand. I know exactly my place or lack of a place in this whole big scheme of things.
What is it? $140. Come on. You're okay where you are. Put the knee down, whatever they tell y'all to do.
Kennedy's due back same flight as Corey Johnston, second flight, 2:30. Okay. So he's got 50 minutes to fish and run.
Right there.
It's 2:30 Central Time. Check in and weigh-in begin simultaneously at 3 Eastern, 2 Central.
Steve sunburn on his face, and he's gonna tell his wife, well, I wore my buff all day.
I only took it off when I caught.
What the heck? Was that weird, dude? The boat went sideways.
Well, Steve Kennedy, you don't want to break away from Steve Kennedy for too long. He has shown us really, really good stuff this afternoon, but circumstances demand that we take a quick break, so we will step away for just a few minutes and come right back to Smith Lake. TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite Smith Lake, Cullman, Alabama is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Just a little bit of fishing time remaining for our first flight anglers here. The subsequent flights, Flight 2, for instance, checks in at 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 local time. And there, as it stands right now, our unofficial standings. Steve Kennedy fished his way out of the top 10, way down into the 20s, and fished his way all the way back into the top 10 and all the way beyond that to the top spot. He stands ounces ahead of Jay Shakura, Cody Huff. Unofficially at 26-13, Alex Redwine, Kyle Patrick, Robert G, JT Tompkins, Corey Johnston hanging in there in the top 10, and Trey McKinney, very notably, has made it into the top 10. One more of our rookies there, John Garrett, just outside that. Brandon Lester, Wes Logan of Alabama. Brian New started in the top 10, hanging in there in the top 15. He's looking good to make it to fishing tomorrow. Brandon Palnick, a better tournament here. Luke Palmer, and Bob Downey, trying to make his way back into the classic cut line.
Brandon's trying to make his first top 10 cut since second at Lay Lake last year.
Wow.
And you get below 20th place, it gets extremely tight. Just an ounce or two between each place. You have ties in multiple places. It's going to really be tight.
And it's the cut weight average, 22.12. If it doubles from yesterday, 22.12.
Yeah. Perch there at the bottom of that list. Boy, that's just a pound and a half separating that bunch right there.
Yep.
Even just as tight right there, if not tighter, when you go into that third, or fourth page, I should say, with Joey Cifuentes having a better tournament here. It's been a tough season for him. Chris Zaldane, Jordan Lee, again, expected to do a little bit higher work here. This one, but he might
Looks like he's going to make it into the top 50. At the end of the day today, we'll see what he can get done on Saturday. Matt Robertson had a fast start today, got up into the top 10, and he's managing to stay in the top 40 now. Tyler Williams, a man feeling the heat right now. The last man in, Scott Martin ahead of him, who had been down below that by a few spots, has fished his way up into that top 50. Shane LaHue had some time with him yesterday. Jeff Gustafson and Ray Hanselman, David Mullins, Ben Milliken, Will Davis, the Alabaman who won last year.
Gets tighter and tighter. Less than a pound separated those 10 places.
Here's the guys hoping for the official ways to tell a different story. Brad Watley, first one out. Gerald Swindle, Rick Clunn, Alex Wetherell, Alabama's David Gaston, Jacob Porosnik, who's won here before in an Open in 2021, Logan Latuso, Brandon Card, and John Cruz. The top 50 only will fish tomorrow. And as we say, Brad Watley wants to be in that hot seat. He wants to move up one spot. And again, we remind you, these are unofficial, and we have many unreported weights out here. 20 plus of
and
those.
some guys right now are already checking in to weigh in fish, whether they're doing poorly and they want to make sure they fish care, maybe it's hot, not quite sure, but some guys are already checking in. As we bring it into the studio real quick, with the last few minutes of coverage winding down, you pointed out, Tommy, on that leaderboard, the guy I'm going to focus on at the screen of knowledge right now, and that is Joey Cifuentes. 5th place in Angler of the Year last year, wins Rookie of the Year, wins 2 Elite Series events. In his first year on the Elite Series, you think he's on fire. And the way he likes to fish with his electronics, with a drop shot, things like that, it's going to translate to this season, and that has not been the case. This could be his first cut of the year, and really he hasn't been close all season long. 65th place was his best finish of the season, and that was at Toledo Bend, missing the cut by 15 spots. Everything else has been downhill from there. Very uncharacteristic from what we expected in year 2 from Joey. He's 39th after day 1 in this tournament. He was around 31st on Bass Track, but that's right around that 22 3/4, 22 1/2 where the cut line could be if it stayed the same and doubled from yesterday. So sitting in 39th, it's his best start of the season in a tournament. He wants to finish it off and make his first Saturday cut. 3 finishes this year below 96th place, which is absolutely inconceivable to think that both Florida events were, I think, 96th and 97th, and then 99th at Lake Murray. The way they were fishing there, thought he would have definitely started a good train of momentum there. Not the case. 102nd in Angler of the Year compared to 5th place last year. This is kind of a doom and gloom overall, but more positive because he could break the schneid and get back on the right path that we expect Joey Cifuentes to. So maybe we'll see him at the weigh-in, make his first cut of the year. Huge for him. You know it's been a really tough season, Tommy, when he hasn't passed some of the guys who dropped out a few events ago due to medical hardship.
I mean, I'm glad to see him turn it around. It looks like he has here. I don't know that I ever remember that drastic of a drop-off.
I can't think of one.
2 wins, 5th in AOI to being, like you said, below some people that hadn't even fished all of the events.
Think he misses Larry Nixon a little bit?
I'm not going to chalk it up to just that.
I wouldn't think just that either.
I'm sure he misses him. I mean,
those home cooked meals,
who wouldn't miss
I know.
Larry Nixon, rooming with him, but
being
that
your
didn't cause
mentor,
that drop-off.
Just a reminder for our next Bassmaster Live offering. We're going up north for that one. We're going to be the Bassmaster, St. Croix Bassmaster Open at Lake St. Clair, famous Lake St. Clair, that smallmouth powerhouse, big natural lake there between Huron and Erie. Of course, featured in that program will be the the Tackle Warehouse Elite Qualifiers. That's how they stand right now. Guys trying to find their way into the Bassmaster Elite Series 2025. Easton Fothergill, winner last week. Over in Oklahoma is the man on top of that one, Dakota Ebear, and Evan Kung, who has been in that leader spot for the majority of the year. Also doing quite well and looking good to make it, but hey, you never know. We got 4 events left on that one.
Yeah, and Cody Meyer gaining some steam, staying really consistent. That's the hardest thing to do in a 9-event open series, and going to St. Clair will be a test with the field size of almost 200 boats. Well, it'll be 225. That Northern Division, Division 3, Tommy, absolutely maxed out. Waiting list galore. Oh, wow. That's how much the upper Midwest has shown out from the Minnesota, Wisconsin region. They are all trying to get in the opens to fish at least that division this year, which we'll see great showings at Leech, St. Clair, and obviously the Mississippi River.
Again, Easton Fothergill, we
Man. Congratulate him also for fishing his way into next year's Classic at Eufaula. It's our last stop there with the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. That guy's for real. He's going to be a problem for a long time.
Wouldn't that be something to think you're a college-age student and you're going to win the college series, team of the year, best individual angler, make the Opens, win one, make the Elite Series maybe? Crazy.
I mean, if we had some footage of Easton, we could vote for him for Power Pole Replay Today. But
replay of the month, maybe.
But I don't know. As impressive as his career has been, his young career, Easton Fothergill, if we would pick him, because this footage of Steve Kennedy has to be our Power Pole Replay of the Day. 3-pound, 12-ounce spotted bass, and there was a pack of them chasing Steve Kennedy's bait, and great camera work there. We got to see it all. Power Pole Replay Today, Steve Kennedy. He's always fun to watch, but something about an Alabama boy catching those magnum spots that makes it extra special.
Yep. That's an iconic look right there.
And add to it, it's a bait that he spent the last 2 weeks painting, getting ready for this event.
He might have been painting it day 1 and day 2 of Wheeler when he went all the way to the dam.
Well, I wasn't going to go there, but
it's all love.
It's all love. Have that little chip on your shoulder about your fantasy.
No, it's
team.
more confusing to me. It's confusing. I'm not mad at him. I'm just.
Let's look at it another way. Steve Kennedy deserves to get a day like this because he's waited 20 years on the Elite Series to come to Smith Lake. So you know what? There's the payoff.
Power Pole Replay Today, Steve Kennedy. That's a great looking stuff.
I mean, I'll be in pretty good shape, but it's all about missed opportunities. I've seen too many, missed too many bites. I had one epic cast, I feel like, where I did catch them, but anyway, we'll be in good shape. I know where some more are, and we're gonna get together.
Hey, how'd it go? Yep, so, we had a couple big missed opportunities right at the end. It's nothing you can do, it's just that's how it goes. That's top water fishing, but at the same time, like, if we can get a couple of those big bites tomorrow, we're right back in this thing. So it's hopeful. I'm hopeful for that. But yeah, we'll figure it out, see how it shakes out after today. Definitely didn't kill ourselves, but didn't help the case, but we'll see. Catch 15 pounds tomorrow, and we'll see what happens.
A couple of our top anglers, a leader to start the day, and our leader right now, unofficially, Steve Kennedy, both sizing up their days out there. What a beautiful place, this Smith Lake here, and what great fishing it's all. I mean, you made the great point, Davey. What people talk about, you only fish at night here in the summer? Man, it's been great out there.
It really has, and this lake has definitely improved over the last 20 years. I'm glad we're here.
All our 98 will weigh in starting here in about 2 minutes here. The weigh-in begins right here on Bassmaster.com, and we'll get 50 anglers who will fish their way through semifinal Saturday, and then we'll land on 10. 10 top from that group will fish on Championship Sunday, all vying for the 7th Blue Trophy of the year. And then we'll have 8 days of fishing left in this 2024 season. Man, oh man, I think what we've seen today gives us a good reason to tune in tomorrow, show up for work, whatever the case may be.
And it's good. We had only 6 cameras today, and 2 of the cameras were basically throwing to the shoreline all day long. Brian New and Hunter Schrock. Hopefully we have a little bit of that tomorrow. I'm sure we'll have some of it with Steve Kennedy. He was throwing to the bank, but not all day. But boy, when he did, he made some things happen with that glide bait.
I believe Dave Mercer's going to be back with us tomorrow as well, so we look forward to that.
We mentioned a couple guys already weighed in. Dave Mercer may be there arriving shortly for today's weigh-in, hopefully.
Is he possibly so? Today? All right. Okay.
Depends on if the planes were good to us.
Yeah, if everything ran on time. Well, thank you so much for being with us today for 7 hours of Bassmaster Live. It has been terrific. We got another 7 hours for you tomorrow. We'll be starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time on FS1, so we definitely look forward to that. And we will meet you right here at that time.